Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are Wisconsin.
We welcome you on a Thursday night from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's a beautiful night for baseball in downtown Pittsburgh. We're at PNC Park, the home of the Pirates. They've got a great atmosphere going. They're expecting postseason baseball this year. It's game one of this four-game series, the Brewers and the Pirates. Hi, everybody. We welcome you from high atop PNC Park. Alongside Bill Schroeder, I'm Brian Anderson. Telly Hughes, our reporter here tonight. Well, this starts a key series, mostly for the Pirates, the four-gamer. Pittsburgh has lost 6 straight games to the Brew Crew, and Milwaukee can stand between the Pirates and their hopes at a division title.
Well, the Brewers already taken the Pirates to task already this year. You mentioned 6 in a row, and the Brewers have had a great season series. The last 9 meetings, see what the Brewers have been able to do to a team that has been very good, both pitching and offense. The Brewers have outpitched them, they've outhit them, they've been scoring a lot more runs, and the pitching with the young guys, the starting rotation has been the real story. Last 9 games against the Pirates, 7-1, the 221 earned run average, and really, when you look at it, the Brewers pitching staff has been able to quiet down the middle of this Pirates order. That's the key to beating this team.
It's going to be a great test for all of the Brewers' young starters who are in the big leagues. We're going to see all of them other than Pena in this series. We got Willie Peralta on the mound tonight. Lineup's first pitch from Pittsburgh coming up next. Presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Book your stay now. Beautiful night for baseball on a Thursday night, and the Brewers and the Pirates ready for game one of this four-game series. 70 degrees, and the Brewers will send Willie Peralta to the mound against A.J. Burnett. Burnett coming back from the disabled list, and Pirates fans are glad to see him back. Milwaukee trying to disrupt this pennant chase for the Pirates. who come into play tonight. 4.5 back of the St. Louis Cardinals in the NL Central. And here are the Brewers tonight, turned in by Craig Counsell. Scooter Gennett back in the leadoff spot. Elian Herrera will hit second and play third. Then Ryan Braun batting third. Middle of the order is Adam Lind, Chris Davis, and Domingo Santana. The bottom three, Gene Segura, Martin Maldonado, and Willie Peralta will round out the starting 9 for Craig Counsell's Brewers. So this is where we sit, Rock. The Pirates are 4.5 back of the Cardinals in the division race. They are +3 on the Cubs for the top wild card spot, which makes them, what is that, 12 up for a playoff spot. It's a pretty good bet the Pirates are going to the postseason, but they would much rather end up in that best-of-5 division series.
And no doubt, had it not been for the Brewers, they might be there in first place. They're right there with the St. Louis Cardinals right now down by 4.5. The Brewers have won 8 of 9 against the Pittsburgh Pirates. They swept the last 2 series at Miller Park, so playing some pretty good baseball against the Buccos this year.
Well, Craig Counsell has seen his Brewers enter into a pennant race in their side of it. They know they're not going to the postseason, but they can certainly disrupt what is happening in the postseason. The Brewers are going to face the Cardinals still. They have a couple of matchups against the Chicago Cubs, and as is usually the case when the top teams match up against each other, it's usually those second-tier teams, and it's the Brewers and the Reds that could completely disrupt what's going on in this National League Central, although it looks like it's going to be a 3-team postseason for the National League Central once again this year.
Yeah, just a matter of which one of those 3 teams, what order they're going to be in, but certainly all 3 are looking like they're going to get in, but the Pirates certainly are thinking about maybe getting a chance to catch the Cardinals 4.5 back, as we talked about. But you know, when you're pushing for a postseason run, and looks like they are, sometimes teams that don't have a whole lot to lose are the toughest to deal with, and the Brewers have certainly given the Pirates all they can handle.
Now A.J. Burnett taking his sweet time getting onto the field. We're a couple of minutes late here, and Burnett, who is in the final year of his career, decided to come back and play a 17th season. It has been interesting to watch what the Pirates have been able to do against the rest of the league versus their record against the Brewers since the All-Star break. The Buccos are 0-6. The Brewers with back-to-back sweeps. And the Pirates, since the All-Star break, 30-14 against the rest of Major League Baseball. So Burnett with a little notion for the dramatic entrance will enter the arena now. Very WWE style in the camo uniforms. It's Military Appreciation Night.
Need the red carpet out there for him.
I'll tell you, he is getting very theatrical in his final few starts of his career. And matter of fact, there's a lot of hoopla about him coming back here tonight. Even the mayor is involved with the Batman logos everywhere, and it is the return of Batman is how they're selling this. Seems like a bit of a stretch, but Burnett is a welcome addition back into this starting rotation for the Pirates. And it is a rotation, Rock, that is going to be without Garrett Cole. They're going to skip him one turn through the rotation, trying to keep him strong. Yeah, the Brewers laid one on him last time out, Garrett Cole. But A.J. Burnett, his first season was 1999 with the Marlins. He's been with the Marlins, the Blue Jays, the Yankees, the Phillies last year. He's been with the Pirates now 2 different times. Making start number 13 against the Brewers. The Brewers have really handled him pretty well. 2-7 in those 12 starts. And the Brewers have beaten him in 5 straight decisions. As you mentioned, coming off the disabled list, he went on July 31st. As you take a look at the Pirates defense, that's the one part of the game that the Pirates need to clean up a little bit. 103 errors this season, most in the National League. Only the Oakland A's have committed more errors. They've committed 109 errors over there in the American League. Pedro Alvarez, one of the biggest culprits. He's got 19 of them at first base. As a matter of fact, the Pirates have played Aramis Ramirez at first base the last couple of games. And Alvarez back in there tonight. Both teams had late travel nights last night. The Pirates won their game in Cincinnati last night. They got in about 2 in the morning. And then the Brewers, of course, lost in Miami. And the Brewers arriving into Pittsburgh about 3 o'clock this morning. So no batting practice for either team. It's a American Legion type day here in the big leagues today. Both teams just show up and ready to go. We're finally ready for the first pitch. And A.J. Burnett deals ball one down and into Scooter Gennett. And this 7:05 game starts at 7:10 Eastern.
Yeah, even the coaches get a little bit of a break today. Normally the first bus to the ballpark's at 1 o'clock. Today 3:30. So Craig Counsell giving everybody a little bit of time today. Everybody needs it now and again.
And Scooter Gennett lines one into right center field. That's going to get through the gap and all the way to the wall. And Gennett into second base with a leadoff double. Good way to start for the Brew Crew as Gennett is aboard.
Yeah, Brewers offense has been pretty good, although yesterday Tom Kohler with the Marlins shut him down pretty good. But they've been swinging the bats double digits in a lot of games over the last couple of weeks. And Scooter able to start it off well for the Brewers, a leadoff double. Be interesting to see the velocity for A.J. Burnett. I mean, he got up to about 94, 95 his last start against Cincinnati before going on the DL.
That was right at the end of July. Elbow tightness, a flexor strain for A.J. Burnett, the reason he went on the disabled list. As Elian Herrera takes a strike. Now, there was some discussion that it might be the last we saw of A.J. Burnett. He thought he might have to have surgery. Ended up doing a procedure called PRP, which is a plasma replacement procedure. And they put your own blood back in there. They spin it, and it's very effective on joints, ankles, elbows, shoulders. And it seemed to work pretty well for A.J. Burnett. He rehabbed it, strengthened up some of the muscles around that elbow to try to get him through this final kick of the season and his career, and wants to be a part of the postseason rotation for the Pirates.
I'm not sure how long he's going to go. He threw a simulated game a few days ago through 90 pitches.
0-2 pitch to Herrera, down and in, and able to check his swing. Excellent catcher here in Pittsburgh, Francisco Cervelli. He's done a great job this year. They lost Russell Martin to the Blue Jays. He went to Toronto, signed as a free agent. That was a huge loss. Pirates were wondering how they were going to fill those shoes, but Cervelli's done a very good job for him this season.
Man, you don't hear anybody talking about where is Russell Martin. That's good for Cervelli. He's done a nice job, as you mentioned.
And on the ground to the right side, that'll get Gennett over to third base. Herrera does a good job. First out of the ball game for A.J. Burnett. And Herrera will get a few high fives as he's on his way into the dugout.
Yeah, Burnett's going to throw a lot of fastballs. He's got a curveball to throw at two different speeds. One has a little bit more tilt on it than the other. Throw a couple of change-ups, not too many.
Here's Ryan Braun with a runner at third. Coming in batting .288. That's 25 home runs, 81 runs batted in. Braun putting together a very good season. There's only one other big leaguer in the major leagues that has the more homers and stolen bases combined. As Braun rolls one out to second, that'll get a run in, and the Brewers take the early lead here tonight on an RBI ground out by Ryan Braun.
Yep, infield back for the Pirates. They figure you're going to have to score some runs anyway. So yeah, Braun looked like he all the way was trying to hit that ball to the right side, able to get it to second base, and the Brewers take a lead. High fives in that dugout.
So Braun with his 82nd run batted in. Only Paul Goldschmidt has the 2020 season going. Goldschmidt with 27 homers, 21 steals. Braun at 25 and 22. So here's Adam Lind. Pirates put the shift on for him. And Counsell having a chat with Elian Herrera.
You're talking about that at bat. Maybe, don't give yourself up so much early in the game. Trying to drive the ball in that direction.
Adam Lind with a single back up the middle. Sharply hit ball to center field. Second hit of the inning for the Brewers.
And velocity 91-92 and up in the zone, and that time Adam Lind able to hit it hard into center.
Now, you can tell there's an aggressive game plan on Burnett. He's only thrown 9 pitches. And he's already faced 4 batters, and the Brewers have a run in already. A lot of early swings in the count as Chris Davis steps in.
Get a pitch you like, go after it. He's been getting a lot of the plate and leaving it up in the zone. Don't let those go by.
You like these uniforms, Rock?
I do. I do.
Military Appreciation Night every Thursday at PNC Park. Davis into center field. And McCutchen will watch this one fly way out of here. Wow. McCutchen didn't even bother. Chris Davis with a booming 2-run home run dead central.
I mean, no idea how far that is right there. I mean, it's 3.899 to center. It plays a lot deeper than that. That ball was crushed. You don't see too many that deep in his ballpark. Almost off the batter's eye. That was a blast by Chris Davis. Maybe you see it again up in the zone, getting a lot of the plate, and Chris Davis murders this baseball. Andy McCutchen gives up on it. And look how far it goes.
Wow.
That is a bomb.
Davis with his 2nd home run on the road trip. Home run number 19 on the season. That is one strong man right there. 19 homers, 52 runs batted in, and the Brewers hang a 3 spot on A.J. Burnett. It's a breaking ball strike to Domingo Santana.
And first breaking ball he's thrown. And 19 home runs in 313 at bats. That's not bad.
Santana back in center field tonight. Homered in that series against the Marlins. Brewers dropped 2 out of 3 to the Marlins. Santana had an opposite field home run in game 2. Pirates coming off back-to-back series wins. Took 2 out of 3 from the Cardinals, and they took 2 out of 3 from the Reds. They won the last 2 games of that Cincinnati series. Santana, right field, hit a long way, but slicing foul and up into the bleachers.
That fastball is just coming in saying, hit me. Up in the zone, he's not been able to get it down. Breaking ball's been pretty good, though, to Santana in this at-bat. It's a knuckle curve that he throws.
One-two to Santana down in the dirt. Good start tonight for the Brewers. Jeanette with a double to start it. Braun drove him in with a ground out. Then back-to-back hits, Lind and Davis. Davis with that booming homer to center field. Cervelli getting low, Tony Pena style. This is outside. I always felt a catcher was extremely exposed in that position. Rock.
Yeah, well,
it's uncomfortable for me to watch.
Oh, that's what you do for your pitcher, right? Risk life and limb.
There's a line drive foul.
Well, he has to do that because, as we mentioned, I mean, you know, A.J. Burnett, he's been getting everything up in his zone. That fastball in particular, so you give him the low strike. At his own risk.
At his own risk for sure. That's better. 3-2 pitch. Fouled away again. Santana hanging tough. He's really putting together some great at-bats lately. The more he plays, the more comfortable he gets. He got called out on strikes twice yesterday. Asked him about it before the game today. Asked Craig Counsell about it. He goes, no, I got no problems with that. I like when my hitters take balls.
Yeah, lay off pitches out of the zone, but he got rung up on him. Yep.
A little bit of a shot at the home plate umpire last night. Santana rolls one to Gong at third base, and that will retire the side. But the Brewers quiet down this crowd quickly. 3 runs in, capped off by a Chris Davis long home run to center field. 3-0 Brew Crew right out of the gates. Run of the season to give the Brewers a 3-0 lead right out of the gates here tonight. Headed to the bottom of the first, Willie Peralta on the mound facing the Pittsburgh Pirates for the first time this year. There's Clint Hurdle, 5th year as the Pirates manager. It looks like he's ready to take the Pirates to the postseason for 3 consecutive seasons. His Potawatomi batting order: Polanco, Harrison, and McCutchen at the top. Jung Ho Kang, Starling Marte, and Pedro Alvarez in the middle of the order, with Cervelli, Mercer, and A.J. Burnett rounding it out.
Well, Willie Peralta, with a rain-shortened start his last time out against Cincinnati, was only able to complete 2 innings through 39 pitches. He had a 2-0 lead, not able to continue. That was the game that Ariel Pena came in for 3 innings and 1, making start number 6 against the Pirates. He's 2-2. This is his first start against Pittsburgh this year.
They'll face Gregory Polanco to start the bottom of the first inning. Peralta has his good buddy, his best friend, going back to the minor leagues, Martin Maldonado, behind the plate tonight. So those two will hook up once again. Maldonado, for a couple of years, was Peralta's personal catcher until last season. And Lucroy having that great offensive year. That really didn't fly last year, and Peralta ended up with a 17-win season last season. But he does like having Maldonado back there. They communicate very well.
Well, that nonverbal communication, something that has developed over the years. He's got good velocity already at 97 miles an hour, that fastball. Always something to keep an eye on lately with Willie early in the game.
Telly Hughes, our reporter tonight, he'll have an update on Jonathan Lucroy in a little bit as Polanco takes a strike. Lucroy is missing his second consecutive game with a mild concussion. So yesterday, Nevin Ashley got the start. He became a big star all across baseball as he got his first hit after 10 years in the minor leagues. And you got Maldonado tonight.
Yeah, but you might not see Lucroy in the game tomorrow either. Give him some time and give some of these other guys an opportunity. Maldi likes the playing time.
Starts have been few and far between for Maldonado. As Polanco pops it up, he was late on a swing and he fouls it out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And Willie's got the good velocity, good movement to go with it early in the game.
Polanco is pretty much at this point the everyday leadoff hitter for the Pirates. Josh Harrison hit leadoff a lot early in the season. Harrison got hurt. He tore ligaments in his thumb. And Polanco has settled into that spot. Long, rangy leadoff man. Pirates feel like he's going to be a home run hitter at some point. They think he could hit 20, 25 home runs in the big leagues. But he's more of a line drive hitter right now. Has 7 homers this season. He's fast, has a good arm, makes up a extremely athletic 3-man outfield comprised of 3 center fielders basically, with Marte, McCutchen, and Polanco. 2-2 the count. And a chopper on the ground, foul.
They need to be athletic in this ballpark. Big outfield. Not as big, I think, as it was in Marlins Park. That's a very big outfield, but you got to have a lot of speed to cover the outfield here. Pirates have it.
Do it again. Another 2-2 pitch. Peralta trying to shake the leadoff hitter. And that one's in the air. Right center field. Long run for Santana, but he's there to make the play for out number 1.
Well, let's check out the Brewers Menards defense tonight. You got Chris Davis, Domingo Santana, Ryan Braun in the outfield. Herrera continues to stay in the starting lineup. Rick Council just can't justify sitting him on the bench, so he's at third. You have Segura Jeanette up the middle, Adam Lind in the starting lineup at first base, and as we talked about, Martin Maldonado getting a start behind home plate.
Field and Colbreth will call the balls and strikes here tonight. He is also the crew chief. Manny Gonzalez, Jim Reynolds, and Paul Schreiber on the bases this evening. Peralta pouring in a strike on Josh Harrison. Harrison's back into his utility role for the Pirates. He had become the everyday third baseman last season. But he was having a slow season at the plate. And then he got injured with that thumb injury. Signed a multi-year contract with the Pirates after his all-star season last season. But he does give Hurdle a lot of flexibility. I think there's a major question, though, on how effective he'll be swinging the bat coming off that thumb injury.
Right.
Hand injuries and hitters are not a great combination.
Yeah, Pirates have been very quick to give guys multi-year deals after one good season. We'll see how it works out.
Fly ball to right. Easy play for Braun. Out number 2 for Peralta.
Remember Jose Tabata gave him a nice long deal. He's not even here. Got to be careful when you do that after one season.
And the one guy that wants a long-term deal, it's not getting one, is Neil Walker, the Pittsburgh native, who Harrison is playing for tonight. They love Andrew McCutchen here. He's one of the handful of MVP candidates right now. He's a long shot at this point with the kind of year Bryce Harper and Paul Goldschmidt are putting together. But McCutchen is having another strong season. A 300 hitter, 21 homers, 89 runs batted in. And he's doing it on a less than 100% knee as it turns on that one right to Herrera. And there is the final out. Good start for Peralta after the Brewers got him 3 in the top of the first. A 3 up 3 down bottom half. Over there across from PNC Park. Well, to see this last night, the Pirates and the Reds. Columbia St. Mary's worth another look. Joey Votto did not agree with that call from home plate umpire Bill Welke. And whatever he said there got him ejected. And then Votto lost his chili. Mount Votto erupting. See Welke indicating that he spit on him there. There might be a suspension coming for Joey Votto shortly. Had to have the umpires restrain him. I have not seen Joey Votto snap like that.
Yeah, well,
to that extent.
That's harsh. Crazy, huh? Can't teach a guy to care. You say it all the time. And if anybody in baseball knows his strike zone, looked like it was off the plate, but my goodness.
Got to hold you cool.
Really.
Keep your head about you. Segura A swing and a miss. He leads off the second inning. Brewers got 3 on 3 hits in the first. And a 2-run home run by Chris Davis. Only thing about that play, and there was some context to that. There had been a number of other pitches in earlier at-bats against Votto that he disagreed with. That ball hit Segura, and he's out of the box, so he's out. So as Segura was running to first, made contact with the ball. That is a dead ball and an automatic out.
Yep, it's an out. It's a 2 unassisted for Cervelli. You see it hits him in the helmet in fair territory. That's interference. Closest defender to the interference gets the put out.
And so 1 away for Burnett here in the second inning. But yeah, you know, just to finish that thought up on Votto, as Maldonado steps in with 1 out. I mean, you go through a long season, guys are going to get agitated, but you just have to always remember, if you can, who's watching. There's a lot of kids watching that.
Right.
You just don't want to see that kind of.
And it wasn't a third
shouting.
strike, and it wasn't that far off the plate. Right. I mean, I can understand if it's bases loaded, bottom of the 9th. You pop your cork, but yeah, there was a lot more to that than meets the eye.
The gentlemanly Field and Culbreth behind the plate. A Southern gentleman that he is. Well, Maldonado getting a start tonight and enjoying the playing time. Lucroy's been catching a lot. Brewers have had a ton of off days in the month of August. And you didn't see Lucroy out of the lineup very often. Tonight, Maldonado is starting behind the plate for the 48th time this year. Lucroy, by contrast, has made 86 starts. And remember, Lucroy was on the disabled list. Most of Maldonado's starts came during that stretch as he takes a call at strike 3. Maldonado is out, 2 up and 2 down in the second inning. First strikeout for Burnett.
Yeah, with all the off days that the Brewers have had, Lucroy's caught just about every game. And that one right on the edge, borderline, but Field and Culbreth rings it up. And Maldonado takes it like a man.
2 gone for Peralta. And he swings at the first pitch. Right to Burnett. And he'll make it easy. 1-2-3 inning. Bounce back for him in the second. Is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. By Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers. It's Miller time. Sun setting at downtown Pittsburgh and PNC Park. 3-0 Brewers have the lead, and Fox Sports Wisconsin is proud to partner with Girls on the Run Greater Milwaukee to empower girls to be healthy and confident. Join us for the Girls on the Run Fall 5K Sunday, November 15th. That's at Bayshore Town Center in Glendale. To register, go to foxsportswisconsin.com. Click on the upcoming events tab. Gong, first ball swinging right to Herrera. Nice pickup on a short hop. And there is out number one.
Yeah, big out getting that guy. He's been red hot. And Gong down that cleanup spot in the batting order. Getting a lot of playing time and been very productive.
Gong hit a grand slam yesterday in the Pirates win over the Reds. One of the longest home runs of the year for the Pirates. Nearly 490 feet. So one away, here's Starling Marte. And a strike from Peralta. Yeah, good slider by Peralta. Quickly 0-2.
They've been working ahead the entire game so far. 5 for 5 first pitch strikes.
Pirates get a lot of production out of Marte. 16 homers, 68 runs batted in. He is very fast as well. Gets a lot of infield hits. There's a chopper, and that's foul. At the foot of Marte.
26 stolen bases. He and Polanco lead the team in stolen bases. Actually, McCutchen as well.
Marte is second in the National League in infield hits. He has 32 infield hits this season. He's a lot like Gene Segura in that category. Keeps his batting average high with his great speed. And there's a ground ball to short. Tough hop for Segura. Just does make the play. That took a bad hop on him.
Yeah, might have hit something. Maybe that's a top spin on that ground ball. And yeah, Segura had to make an adjustment and was able to get the out. Marte gets down that line well.
5 in a row for Peralta. Mentioned Maldonado in the starting lineup. Telly has an update on Jonathan Lucroy, when we might see him in the lineup again.
Well, the original thinking behind Lucroy was that he would sit out a couple of games and possibly appear in game 2 of this 4-game series, which would be tomorrow night. But Craig Counsell said before tonight's game that he's not optimistic that will happen because Luke was still suffering from some symptoms as of today, and he was due to see a doctor earlier today, and hopefully we'll get a report on that after tonight's ball game. But he said that it's unlikely that we will see Luke tomorrow, but he was still holding out hope. BA.
Well, and thanks, Telly. It's one of those situations where the Brewers have expanded rosters and you don't really even need to make a move here. As Alvarez tops one back to the mound, Peralta on his A game early. 6 up, 6 down, 4 straight ground ball outs.
And the Brewers are teaming up with Associated Bank and Housing Resources to host a tool collection drive at Miller Park. And that's Tuesday, September 15th. The Brew Crew takes on the Cardinals, and for every tool you bring to Miller Park, you'll get a free Lowe's level ticket to that evening's game. For details, go to brewers.com/tools.
Scooter Gennett will lead off for the Crew as we go to the third inning. Had a double and a run scored in the first, did Gennett. Burnett settling down in his second inning. He's been throwing a lot of strikes in his first 2 innings. That was the biggest concern, missing 6 weeks of big league pitching. What was his command going to be like?
Oh, wild in the strike zone. He was getting too much at the plate in the first inning.
That's a good point.
That's part of command.
3 hits in the first, 3 runs. Davis hit a 2-run homer. And Burnett with a quick 1-2-3 inning last inning.
Yeah, good command means throwing strikes with good quality strikes. He didn't do that in the first inning. 7 out of 10 now at first pitch strikes for A.J. Burnett.
Normally you don't see teams use a platoon system at the top of the order. Usually the first 3 hitters in the batting order are pretty much set for most teams. That's not always the case. Counsell has had this leadoff platoon of Gennett and Segura. Segura's in the lineup every day, but against right-handed pitchers he'll hit down in the lineup. Against lefties he'll hit leadoff, and it's worked pretty well. Gennett's really thrived in that role. He's not facing the lefties, so he's getting a lot of the favorable matchups, and his batting average is on the rise.
Yeah, 271 right now.
There's a swing and a miss. Burnett strikes him out. Good block back there by Cervelli. That's the second strikeout for A.J. Burnett.
Curveball's been a good pitch for him, and the location on the fastball has been a little bit better. Not throwing all that hard. 91-92.
Carsoup.com trivia: 4 active pitchers have started more games than A.J. Burnett. He's in the final year of a 17-year big league career. Got a couple of guys on the Pirates team that announced they are done after this season, after 17 seasons. Burnett and Aramis Ramirez. That's a good career for A.J. Burnett. Do a no-hitter.
5 organizations. First year was 99.
Was with the Marlins as a flamethrower. Ramirez finishing his career where it started, right here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Marlins, Blue Jays, Yankees, Phillies, twice with the Pirates for A.J. Burnett.
He has not been a Pirate much in his career, but he's, I don't know how it is, but he's kind of developed into this favorite son Pirate. I mean, he's no McCutchen level, don't get me wrong. They love McCutchen, and he's certainly the face of the franchise, but A.J. Burnett has worked his way into one of the fan favorites here in Pittsburgh. Connects with the fans very well as he walks Herrera, and that'll snap a string of 5 in a row retired by Burnett.
He's retiring at the end of the season, giving him a break, maybe, right? A little love as he exits Major League Baseball.
He was here in Pittsburgh at the right time. He was part of that group and a big part of the rotation that helped the Pirates snap a 20-year postseason drought back in 2013. And they had a wild card game here, beat the Reds, ended up moving into the division series round. Pirates have been the wild card team the last 2 seasons. The wild card #1 position. Won that game in 2013. They lost it last year to Madison Bumgarner and the Giants, who would go on to win the World Series.
Shock that is, right? Losing to Bumgarner.
Pirates want to get out of that wild card game. They're 4.5 back of the Cardinals. Starting play today. They just won a series against St. Louis, and they still have 3 remaining against the Cardinals here at PNC Park. on September 28th through the 30th. That'll be the second to last series of the season in the regular season for the Buccos. Braun rolls one out to Harrison, a flip to second, and they get the out at second base. No chance at a double play with Braun running. And the second out of the inning for Burnett.
Yeah, we talked about it on the pregame, how the Pirates have been very good against everybody except for their own division. Losing record to the Brewers. The Brewers have won 8 of 9. The only team the Pirates don't have a losing record against in the division are the Cardinals. They're 500.
So I guess you could put A.J. Burnett in the Nyjer Morgan category in Milwaukee. A guy who was here, had a brief flash, but was part of a division title team.
Okay.
And of course, Morgan drove in the NLDS winning run that won that series against the Diamondbacks. So there's a place for him. Not a long place of history, but he's well received. One of these days, Morgan's coming back to Miller Park. He's going to get a huge ovation.
Oh, yeah, statue, everything, right?
I don't know about a statue, but he's going to get a huge ovation.
A.J. Burnett and Nyjer Morgan in the same sentence.
I mean, don't you feel like that's a good comp? They pretty much played the same amount of games with their respective teams.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got the mayor, if you're A.J. Burnett, you've got the mayor putting Batman logos all across the city tonight.
Yeah, we saw that coming in about 2:30 last night. All the Batman signs up there. Say, what's going on? They making a movie?
Thought they were shooting another Batman movie here in Pittsburgh. So the mayor's got A.J. Burnett fever. Braun takes off. Lynn grounds one to Alvarez. That'll be easy for him to step on the bag. Inning is over. To the bottom of the third we go with the Brewers up 3-0. Jay Burnett. 3-0 Brewers lead at bottom of the third coming. Saturday is a full day of college football across the Fox networks, and it all starts with K-State battling UTSA, Texas San Antonio. That's on FS1. It's followed by Stephen F. Austin and TCU. Look out, Stephen F. Austin. Iowa and Iowa State will battle for the Cy-Hawk Trophy Rock. That's on Fox, and it's followed by Stanford opening their home schedule against Central Florida on FS1. That's all Saturday. A lot of games on the Fox family of networks.
That time of year, football.
There is a Pittsburgh Steelers game tonight that they're very interested in here in the Steel City. Might have affected their crowd a little bit tonight.
Patriots.
Cervelli leads off for the Pirates. Bottom of the order, Peralta's retired the first 6. He's throwing hard. He is throwing strikes. Coming off a 7-pitch inning in the second inning. 23 pitches thus far, only 4 out of the strike zone. Make it 5 now. That'll be a good breaking ball.
And a good slider. He's been able to keep it down. Fastball's got good movement with something on it. Well, he's had good success against the Pirates. First start this year, he's 2-2 at .366 earned run average in 5 starts against Pittsburgh.
Peralta making just his 18th start of the year, 2 months on the disabled list with an oblique injury. He was down from the 3rd week of May until the last few days of July. Didn't return till the 28th of July. Been in the rotation ever since. Just 2 innings in his last start. You may be wondering why that is. Started a game against the Reds, had a rain delay, and the rain delay was too long for him to return.
Hour and a half, yeah.
So 2 scoreless innings in that game against Cincinnati on the 5th of September. Cervelli bangs one through. First hit for the Pirates. A leadoff single in the 3rd.
Cervelli pretty good on the inside corner. Likes the ball in on him. Good fastball hitter. And Willie just couldn't get him to chase that slider out of the strike zone. Got ahead of him quickly.
Jordy Mercer in the starting lineup tonight. Back in his shortstop position and batting 8th, which is right where Clint Hurdle wants him. Cervelli, or rather Mercer, injured his knee in Milwaukee. And it cost him about 6 weeks of the season. I think Jordy Mercer is a key component for the Pirates moving into the postseason. He hits a little, he's got some power, but he's a perfect guy to hit 8th. He'll expand the strike zone. He can drive in some runs, move runners ahead of the pitcher,
and he'll shore up a struggling defense. I mean, short and third now, pretty solid.
It's the most important part of it. He is an outstanding shortstop.
Right.
Makes all the plays. Very underrated. Aren't many better defensively than Mercer. No balls, 2 strikes. Missed with a slider.
Yeah, started the last game of the series in Milwaukee, had 3 hits.
Hitting in front of Burnett tonight. Leadoff single. Peralta is looking for a ground ball here. And a wave and a miss. Mercer strikes out. Another nasty breaking ball from Peralta. It's his first strikeout of the night. Pirates haven't been around long much to strike out.
Yeah, attacking early. Hey, tonight's time of the game winner, Tappers Bar in Johnson Creek. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to an April or May 2016 Brewers home game. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Burnett's going to show bunt and take a strike. Another early show of bunt, and he bunts it right back to the mound. Only play is first base. That'll be a sacrifice for A.J. Burnett. 2 outs in the inning. And back to the top of the order now, Gregory Polanco. Second time through the batting order now for Peralta. Polanco flew out to center field in the first inning. An 8-pitch at bat to get the night started for Willie. Pirates with the second best record in the National League. Second in their division. Unfortunately, the Cardinals just keep rolling.
Good pitching, good offense. The only problem they've had is defense this year. There's the biggest culprit defensively. 19 errors for Pedro Alvarez. Josh Harrison has 13 errors at second base.
Yeah, he missed significant time this year. Pop up, foul territory. Davis, does he have room? And Davis makes the catch, leaning over the rail. Chris Davis stayed right with it, ran to the spot, hauls it in to end the inning. Still 3-0 Brew Crew. Had a home run in the first inning. It was a bomb. Look how far this one flies. Up into the shrubbery. Over the shrubbery. In deep center field. 400-foot plus. Powerball home run number 19 for Davis. Second on the club on our Powerball team home run count.
They've been coming here a long time. I mean, this was the 15th season and here at PNC Park. I've seen a lot of games here. Not too many out there. I mean, over the shrubbery, almost off the batter's eye. That was a blast.
Very well trimmed shrubbery tonight. So Davis will lead off. That exit velocity on that home run, 104.6. That's getting it.
Yeah.
I still think back when I see that. I think back to that Domingo Santana homer. His first one as a Brewer at
line
DC,
drive, yeah.
111 miles an hour off his bat. No one's been close to that this year. A foul ball out of play by Davis.
A lot of big, strong men in baseball these days, not just hitters, but pitchers as well. Guys can hit them. Stand down there at the cage during batting practice. Just get the sense of the power these guys have in their swing. The sound that they make when the baseball comes off the bat.
As Jerry Aaron says, guys that make the baseball get small real fast. Santana's got that big power. 1 ball, 1 strike on Chris, and a swing and a miss. 1-2 the count.
A lot more sliders for A.J. Burnett now. Didn't throw many in the first inning. The Brewers made him pay for it.
Davis with 19 homers, 52 runs batted in now. Had a huge August, and he's carried it over to September. Chopper on the ground. Mercer coming in. And there is out number 1 for A.J. Burnett. Don't know exactly how much the Pirates are hoping to get out of Burnett tonight. You would imagine, you would guess 90 to 100 pitches, but Clint Hurdle, he didn't want to go there prior to the game today. He was asked, how many pitches can we expect from A.J. Burnett? Is he on a pitch count? And Hurdle's response was, my eyes will tell me how much we can expect out of A.J. Burnett.
Which means how he's doing is going to determine how long he goes. Hitters tell you how a pitcher's throwing. You want to box yourself into a pitch count.
Burnett did throw 90 pitches in a simulated game. He said he felt great. And he said during his simulated game he felt so good he thought he could have pitched in a real game that night. There was some talk about him starting yesterday in Cincinnati, but he has such good numbers at home. He's been very good here at PNC Park. They decided to push him back a day, give him a shot against the Brewers in the first game of this series.
The Brewers have handled him pretty well. This is the 13th start for Burnett against Milwaukee. Only 2-7. He lost the game this year to Jimmy Nelson, and he's lost 5 in a row against Milwaukee.
He calls PNC Park his happy place. Loves pitching here, loves the mound. It's a breaking ball that misses.
Does he actually say that?
Oh yeah, he says that.
Happy place?
It's his happy place. Kind of like the way Miller Park is for you and me. We miss you, Miller Park. We'll be home soon. Don't forget about us. There's a swing and a miss. Burnett strikes out Santana.
Yeah, we love it there, but I've never referred to it as my happy place.
It just is.
It's a softer, gentler Major League Baseball these days. Guys are more in touch with their emotions, their feelings.
So 2 outs for Segura.
Can you imagine Gorman Thomas saying that to you?
No. Pete Vukovich.
Right.
I mean, he'd grunt something that he'd mean that, but it wouldn't be the same.
1 grunt yes, 2 grunts no.
Yeah, yeah. Segura with 2 away.
Saw Vuki here last time we were in Pittsburgh.
Those are the splits we're talking about. You can understand why.
Right. It is his happy place, isn't it?
Comfortable place to pitch. That's a significant difference.
2 and 3, but look at the ERA. You know, 2 runs less almost.
And in his career at PNC Park, a .261 earned run average. Of course, he's only been a Pirate a couple of those seasons. Segura rips out one into center field, but right at McCutchen. Hit it hard, but nothing to show for it. 3 up, 3 down for Burnett. Brewers lead 3-0.
Park on Sunday, September 20th, as the Brewers host the Reds. All fans will get a Scooter Jeanette Garden Gnome, courtesy of Waterstone Bank. Reserve your spot today. Go to brewers.com/tickets.
Jeanette with a double and a run scored tonight. The Brewers scoring 3 in the first. Willie Peralta has allowed just 1 hit. That was a single by Cervelli. Clean single into left field to lead off the 3rd inning. And it's 9 out of 10 retired for Peralta. Here is Josh Harrison. Takes strike 1 from Willie. Peralta has a very good slider going tonight, and Harrison quickly down. No balls, 2 strikes, unable to check that swing.
Well, he's putting the Pirates in defensive mode by getting ahead strike 1 quite a bit tonight.
Tried another one. Harrison doesn't bite on this one.
Guys will expand his zone a little bit when they're behind in the count.
Ooh, just missed.
Wanted to, didn't he? Fielding Cobrath had a little flinch there. Go ahead, you want to.
Close, but no call. Went back down there again. 96 with a fastball, but now the count goes full. Those are good takes by Harrison. Those are firm fastballs that have that downward action. A lot of guys swing at that pitch. And Peralta misses low. Let him get away. Harrison was all over that low fastball.
Down the count 0-2.
First walk issued by Peralta. Man on with nobody out to start the 4th for McCutchen. Only Jade Bruce has hit more home runs against Milwaukee. Going back to the 09 season, among the active players, McCutchen has been a Brewer killer over the years. 22 career homers against the Brewers.
Think about the difference, though, in the ballparks. You know, from McCutchen here and Jay Bruce in Cincinnati. Much easier to hit him in a Great American Ballpark.
Yeah, McCutchen tied up by a good fastball.
Can't get a fastball by him.
MVP watch. I like these 4 candidates. Harper and Goldschmidt. It feels like a 2-horse race, and it really, at this point, it feels like a 1-horse race for MVP, National League MVP. Bryce Harper's having a huge year.
Yeah.
Goldschmidt's tailed off a little bit in the last couple of weeks. I had Goldschmidt as my MVP a couple of weeks ago, but Harper has soared. Goldschmidt has slumped. And right now, with less than a month to play, Bryce Harper is the odds-on favorite to win that award. He leads in a lot of the major offensive categories in the National League.
You can say just about everything if you want. Walks, scoring a lot of runs. He only has the 85 RBIs, but a lot of that's not his fault.
Leads the league in hitting. Another one off the foot of McCutchen. He's worn a couple. 0-2 the count.
Good 2-seam fastball by Willie. A lot of ground ball outs.
It is interesting, though. Harper, as great of a year as he's had, McCutchen actually has 5 more runs batted in now than he did in his MVP year in 2013. He's actually on a pace for a career best in runs batted in. Had 96 in 2012. 7 shy of that mark. With a fast finish, he could drive in 100 this year. And a shot to third. Chance for 2. Herrera, Jeanette, the turn in time and a double play.
And keeping the ball on the ground. That good 2-seam fastball. And McCutchen hit it on the sweet spot. Just got on top of it right to Herrera. And an easy double play. Love those ground balls. Wipes out that leadoff walk.
So he has still faced just one over the minimum thus far. 2 gone for Jung Ho Kang. Kang now with 15 home runs after his grand slam last night against the Reds. 56 RBIs. He's been a great story for the Pirates this year. First position player to be posted for from Korea. And you figure that's going to open the door for many more to come. You got a couple of guys that are currently in the Korean baseball organization right now, and they have a chance to play in the major leagues next year. As Kang with a 2-out single. And a man on against Peralta in the 4th.
Swinging the bat well. Turned out to be a good sign for the Pirates. And particularly when Jody Mercer went down, played some shortstop, now moved over to third base, and he's been swinging the bat well.
Shortstop by trade. He's played a lot of short with Mercer down, but he's at third base tonight. He can play second. Pretty valuable utility man who can hit the long ball. Pirates have a lot of guys who can hit the long ball, including this guy, Starling Marte, who's hit 16 this season. Pirates haven't had a left fielder hit this many homers since Jason Bay back in '08. This was one of the stops where Bay was really good. Not so good in a couple of other spots.
Yeah, left Pittsburgh and just couldn't get it going like he did in Pittsburgh. He did here. So PNC Park was Jason Bay's happy place.
I'm sure he said that too. That's one of the reasons the Mets signed him. They thought, well, you know, he hit 20+ homers at PNC. He should be all right for Citi Field, and that never worked out that way. He never had any success as a Met. Out of baseball now, Jason Bay. Marte takes a ball inside. 2-1 to count on Marte. You got to be careful with this pitch here. Runner at first and Kang. And a ground ball right to Herrera. And so Willie Peralta is through 4 shutout innings against the contending Pirates. Brewers lead it 3-0. Wisconsin is brought to you by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. By Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. And by Hupy and Abraham, 800-800-5678. Hupy and Abraham, tell them you mean business.
Good ball game going tonight. The Brewers out early on A.J. Burnett and the Pirates. 3-run first inning. That's where we sit as we go to the fifth. Carsu.com trivia: which 4 active pitchers have started more games than A.J. Burnett? You got to guess at one? Sabathia, Colon, Tim Hudson, who's in his final year, and Mark Burley of the Blue Jays. They might be playoff bound as well. 3 of those 4 might have a chance in the postseason this year. I don't think the Giants are going to make it this season. National League looks like it's pretty well set with the entrance into the postseason.
Just looking for the order, right?
Maldonado leads off. First ball swinging, a pop-up in foul territory. And the first out of the inning on the first pitch. Here's Willie Peralta now with 1 away. In the National League right now, you got the Mets up 7 games on the Nationals. Cardinals are up 4.5 on the Pirates. And the Dodgers have taken an 8.5 game lead on the Giants.
Yeah.
Those two have gone in opposite directions. And then, as I mentioned, the Cubs are now 9 games clear of the Giants for that second wild card spot. So there's very little drama with the teams. I didn't figure the closest division race would be the Central Division, though, just a couple of weeks ago. But that's the way it's turned out. With the Pirates still threatening to win the division, they're going to have a pretty strong finish, though, and they're probably going to have to sweep the Cardinals. In their 3-game series here at PNC.
And they're going to have to keep the pedal to the metal because the Cubs are right behind them. Cubs playing some pretty good baseball. The Brewers have 2 series left against Chicago. This is it for the Brewers and Pirates. This 4-game series.
Brewers have won 6 straight against the Pirates. Back-to-back sweeps as A.J. Burnett walks the pitcher. Peralta draws a walk with 1 away. That's a no-no. It is now time for you to tweet us your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag WithStateAStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's all brought to you by T-Mobile. As long as you clear the Bill Schroeder Gatekeeper Association.
Yeah, your chances are always better if you include an animal.
With some kind of Brewer swag on.
Yeah.
A lizard with a helmet always works.
I'm partial to dogs.
A dog with a Brewers jersey on is a good bet. Just saying. Put a cat in one of those little knitted shark outfits.
Yeah.
Let's make sure the fin's in the back.
Right.
But we'll leave it up to you. We're just offering suggestions.
Who does pick those? It's not me.
We got a whole bureau of a selection committee. It's a lot like the BCS committee, you know, the National Championship Committee in college football. I believe Condoleezza Rice is involved as well, but I'm not sure if she has final say. You know,
part of the politically correct part of it.
Right. Not exactly sure how deep that. I think Barry Alvarez might be on that group to pick the photos for us when he's available.
And Brian Michalogic.
Yep, Brian Michalogic is down there.
3 highly respected people.
Jeanette on the ground. Should be 2. Is 2. As if Burnett walked the pitcher on purpose. And a 4-6-3 double play to end the inning.
is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. And by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. Baseball tonight on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Brewers Pirates 3-0 Milwaukee. As we go to the 6th inning under the Thursday night lights of PNC. Vote for your MVP and help us decide which Fox Sports Supports partner will be crowned the winner. The charity with the most votes at the end of the season will score big with a donation from Hupy and Abraham. You can choose from American Heart Association of Wisconsin, Boys and Girls Clubs of Greater Milwaukee, or Fisher House, Wisconsin. Just go to foxsportssupports.com/supports. Peralta back to work, 6th inning. Or rather, bottom of the 5th, I should say. Beg your pardon. Pedro Alvarez will lead off, then Cervelli, then Mercer. 6, 7, and 8 in the Pittsburgh batting order. A lot of bad weather around the big leagues tonight. East Coast getting pounded by rain. We're looking good here in Pittsburgh tonight.
Yeah, missed it, right? Had some rain early this morning.
We got some flooding going on in Atlanta tonight. The Mets. Oh, that's why Batman's here. It never rains on Batman. Mets and Braves are delayed by rain currently. And some of the images of the field, they did not even start that game. The images of the field, standing water all over. Outfield, on the tarp. You don't see standing water on big league fields very often. They drain so well.
Yeah, a lot of rain, short period of time, nowhere for it to go.
As Alvarez draws a leadoff walk.
Yeah, 4-pitch walk.
Second walk in the last 2 innings for Peralta.
And second leadoff walk. I was able to wipe out the first one last inning with a double play ball.
And a quick chat from his buddy Maldonado. We'll bring up Cervelli. So, Rock, tonight they're delayed in Philly, Cubs, Phillies, with Jake Arrieta scheduled to pitch for the Cubs tonight, who might be emerging as a front runner for the Cy Young Award, he and Zach Greinke. And they are already postponed in New York. The showdown series between the Yankees and the Blue Jays has already been banged tonight. They'll have to make that up, play a doubleheader, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
2 finals in already. The Mariners beat the Rangers 5-0. Felix Hernandez, part of the shutout tonight. Hernandez went 8 shutout innings to beat Texas, who is knocking at the door in the American League West. But Felix is now 17-8, 3.49 ERA. He beat Derek Holland. And the Rockies beat the Padres today as well. Nolan Arenado hit another homer today, his 38th. And Carlos Gonzalez hit his 37th. So a pretty light schedule in the big leagues, just 8 games on the schedule, and 1 postponed, 2 are in a rain delay. It's only 3 games in progress currently in the big leagues. Oh, 2 to Cervelli. And a snap throw to first. Tag is just late.
Yeah, teams in contention hate double headers. I mean, the Yankees and Blue Jays are going to have to play 2, and it's so difficult to sweep a doubleheader. That's why you don't like to play doubleheaders. A lot of splits. And it's kind of a drain on your pitching. Of course, in September it's a little bit different.
With the expanded rosters and all the relievers. You know, the Yankees have 12 pitchers in their bullpen.
Yeah.
Now, an American League team would normally carry 8 pitchers, some 7, but mostly 8. You carry a 4-man bench and 8 pitchers in the bullpen. So the Yankees have 4 more options out of their bullpen in September. That's pretty common for contenders.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to bring up everybody just in case. You don't ever be caught shorthanded. A lot of guys on the bench, a lot of guys in the pen. And Yankee games last forever anyway.
Both the Pirates and the Brewers are carrying 9 relievers currently. Cervelli into right, a base hit. It's a good piece of hitting there. Took it the other way, and now the Pirates putting up their biggest threat of the night. 2 on, nobody out in the 5th.
And coming from the bottom of the order. And once again, Willie able to get ahead 0-2 and just not able to put Cervelli away. And he gets one out over the plate, dumps it into right. Good 2-strike hitting by the Pirates catcher.
Now this is the big hitter for Peralta. You got the pitcher spot due up next. I'm sure Hurdle would bring on a pinch hitter if Mercer doesn't drive any runs here.
Yeah, there is activity in that Pirates pen.
8th place hitter at the plate, Mercer. A strikeout victim his last time up. Anytime you're dealing with the Pirates, you always have your eye on that 3rd spot in the order, Andrew McCutchen, and how far away he is from hitting. That's the one guy you don't want at the plate with men on base right now.
Yeah, I tell you might be able to get him out when there's nobody on early in the game, but boy, things get tough. He gets going.
3-0 Brewers, all 3 runs coming in the 1st, and that one misses away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Peralta should be fresh. He threw just 2 innings in his last start.
39 pitches
before the rains came in Cincinnati.
Kind of a side session is all that mounted to.
One ball, 1 strike. Brewers are set up to turn 2. They'd love to get one on the ground. And Mercer takes a ball. 2-1. Hits number 3 on Fox Tracks.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the only reason it wasn't called because Maldonado was set up inside, had to reach across the plate for it. Didn't get the call.
2-2.
Maldonado should have pulled a Votto.
Now the Brewers don't have enough catchers for him to pull a Votto. Is that a thing, pulling a Votto? Or you just named it that? Is that something you just came up with?
Just for today.
Oh, okay. It's a fast news cycle.
I'll forget about it tomorrow.
See what he does here. 2-2. 2 on. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Sometimes Willie gets out of his mechanics when you see him fall off a little bit too far off toward first base. That's when Maldonado goes out there and has a chat with him. Just kind of relax. Yeah, your natural delivery is all you need. Sometimes his pitches move a little bit too much.
Full count. And a swing and a foul. Mercer just hanging in there. He's peppered him with fastballs.
Yeah, just that little bit of late movement as it gets to the hitting zone is all it takes. And Mercer over the top of that pitch. Not very much speed on the bases.
Do it again. Big pitch right here. And a high fly ball playable for Davis. And it looks like Alvarez will tag, and he's on his way. The throw comes in, and both runners advance. Pirates did their homework on Chris Davis, knowing they can run on him. That is a big tag by both base runners there. Takes the Pirates out of a double play situation. It's the first out of the inning. pinch hitter here for A.J. Burnett. So he's done in his return after 5 innings. Neil Walker will pinch hit for the Pirates.
It's normally not a fly ball you're going to be able to tag up, especially when you have Pedro Alvarez at second. Doesn't run all that well, but still able to get in there easily. And Davis Knight with a great throwing arm out there in the outfield.
So 2nd and 3rd. Peralta trying to protect a 3-0 lead, running into his first trouble of the night here in the 5th inning. Neil Walker off the bench, hitting for Burnett. Walker normally the starter at second base.
Well, 13 of his home runs have come as a left-handed hitter.
Driven in 57. Oh, he had a good swing. Peralta with a big fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. A.J. Burnett goes 5 innings tonight, 3 runs, all earned. All 3 coming in the 1st inning. Settled down and pitched a good game after that.
He started using his breaking ball after the 1st inning, and the Brewers weren't able to muster a whole lot.
Just 64 pitches for Burnett. And now Peralta and Maldonado.
Indecision. Not sure what to do, and there's about the 3rd chat that they've had in the last couple innings. You're not sure? Talk it over. You can go out there as many times as you want.
That might be something to look at on the speed up rolls. How many trips to the mound for a catcher? Better than a coach coming out.
Yeah.
1 ball, 1 strike. 2-1 now. It's not the worst thing in the world if Walker walks. It does set you up for a double play chance. The problem with that is the next 3 hitters for the Pirates can all run well.
Yeah, then in fact Polanco's hit 2 fly balls. So hadn't hit any ground balls tonight. Looking for the double play.
Walker pulls that one foul, Rock. That looked like a changeup from Peralta.
Yeah, didn't have that slider action on it.
Suppose it could have been a spinning slider that didn't break, but whatever it was, it came in at 86 miles an hour.
I think you're right. I think it was a changeup.
Had Walker out in front of it. Sometimes a pitch like that will plant a seed. Make a fastball look faster. Maldonado certainly has an idea what he thinks will work, and I'm not sure Peralta is in agreement. Don't even bother with a signal. And the 2-2 and a breaking ball ripped right field. That is foul. Man, hanging slider to a left-handed hitter is dangerous.
Yeah, middle in, yeah. Fortunate he pulled it foul.
Got away with one there.
Yeah, didn't have any downward movement on it whatsoever, and Walker knows right away he hooked it foul. He hit it hard.
So 2 off-speed pitches. 2-2 the count. 2nd and 3rd. Alvarez and Cervelli, and Walker left field. That's going to be deep enough to score the run. So it's the 2nd out, but Alvarez will score on a sac fly, and the Pirates are on the board for the first time. It's 3-1.
That's okay. All you got to do is now get this next out. Now you start the inning 1st and 2nd. You allow 1 run, and that's it.
That's good work. Top of the order, Polanco coming up. Peralta's given up a run on a walk and a hit. Leadoff walk comes around to score. First run of the day against Willie. We play in the 5th inning, and a snap throw to second. The tag out at second. Cervelli got caught off the bag as Maldonado guns him down.
They're going to take a look at it. Clint Hurdle right away went up the stairs. And give his replay group an opportunity to take a look at it. Look at Maldonado. This is a called play. Got the sign, and boy, pretty close. You know, hard to tell on that angle. This will be a better shot at it. Ball beats him. Does Segura get the tag down in time? Looks like he does.
Yeah, and Hurdle will not challenge. So the inning ends at second base. Boy, that's a no-no. Base running mistake by Cervelli. Maldonado cuts down his counterpart to end the inning. 3-1 Brewers.
It's time to check in with the crew and the community. The Greater Milwaukee Foundation invites Milwaukeeans to visit Miller Park this Sunday for All Access Day to celebrate 100 years of service, a one-of-a-kind opportunity to explore Miller Park behind the scenes. Plus, visit the new state-of-the-art ceiling experience and take photos with Bernie and the sausages. In addition, anyone that brings a contribution of school supplies will receive a one-of-a-kind commemorative player pin. The park will be open from 9 to 5. Should be a great time, and it's free. BA?
If it's free, it's for me. Elian Herrera will lead off for the crew. New pitcher Rockies, Joe Blanton out of the bullpen in relief of A.J. Burnett.
Yeah, the Pirates picked him up at the trading deadline from the Kansas City Royals. He's been scored upon just twice in 11 games with the Pirates. That covers 21 in the 3rd inning. Well, the last pitch against the Cardinals on Saturday.
Peralta coming off a 25-pitch inning, but a base running mistake by Cervelli. The inning ends at second base on a great throw from Martin Maldonado.
And not sure where he was going. Boy, that's a bad base running mistake by Cervelli. Top of the order coming up.
It's one of the areas of concern for the Pirates this year. We talked about their defense, but their base running has not been great this season either. Those are the kind of things you get into a pennant race, you get into the postseason especially, and they stand out as Herrera muscles one into left field, a base hit. Elian Herrera on base for the second time. A walk and a single now, and a base runner against Blanton to start this 6th inning.
Yeah, veteran right-hander. He throws just about everything up there at you. Change-up, fastball, 2-seam, 4-seam, slider, curveball. Most notably with the Phillies as a starter.
It looked like his career was over. Fought his way back. We saw him with the Royals earlier this year. He made a start against the Brewers, as a matter of fact. Was essentially taken off the roster as Braun whistles one down the line. That goes down into the corner, actually sticks into the padding. And Herrera will end up at third base. That'll be a double for Ryan Braun. Jumping on the first pitch. Braun, who has an RBI tonight, now a double. Second and third, nobody out in the 6th.
Yeah, quick hands on the inside corner. Once again, Blanton doesn't throw very hard. Check it out. Tried to get in on his hands, couldn't do it, and Braun just barely able to keep it fair. Brewers set up nicely with nobody out here in the 6th inning. That ball goes down in the corner. It's a run.
Let's see where it hit. It
right
caught
in that
the
pad
edge of the
right
padding.
There. Yeah, you see the separation there, and just slows it down enough. If it goes down in the corner down there, Herrera's going to score.
All right, so Adam Lind up there with runners at second and third. Pirates were able to sign Blanton without giving up anything. He was purchased by the Pirates, as the Royals took him off their major league roster, so he was a free agent, and the Pirates signed him. He's been a good fit for him here in Pittsburgh. He's served a nice role, long relief role.
Situations like this,
you need somebody to bridge the gap to your late inning relief, and the Pirates are as talented as anyone with their late inning high leverage relievers, the relievers you see in winning scenarios, with the league's leading closer Melanson finishing games. Now this is go zone here for Adam Lind. He's got 2 on at second and third with nobody out.
The infield's back. All he's got to do is hit one on the ground up the middle, and Herrera's going to be able to score. He's got to put the ball in play.
One ball, 2 strikes. And he chases another one. Lind strikes out.
Man,
that is a big strikeout for Blanton.
A couple of change-ups out of the strike zone. You don't see that from Lind very often. There it is, not even close. Bouncing up there, and Lind a strikeout victim.
And that's going to alter the thinking of Clint Hurdle now. He's going to bring his infield in with Chris Davis coming up. So it's an infield in and a bit of a shift on. Expecting Davis to pull on the ground. And it's on the ground, right to third. Coming to the plate, Herrera is a contact play. Young fires a strike. And the Brewers are in danger of coming up empty in this 6th inning.
Well, the big out was a strikeout to Adam Lind. I mean, that gave life to Blanton and the Pirates. Contact play, hit on the ground, but that's an easy out. Herrera not even close. So Blanton 1 out away from getting out of this mess. Second and third, nobody out.
Yeah, I know fans do not like that contact play. That's one you hear about all the time. But when you think about the scenario, it's second and third and 1 out. You go on contact, you're trying to get that quick run. Maybe you get a bobble or an infielder has to go one way or the other.
And what you're betting against is what happened right there. You didn't want that two-hopper right at an infielder. You look at maybe a chopper, maybe an infielder has to move one way or another, and the run's going to be able to score. The only way you're not really going to be able to score is what just happened right there.
And all you're really giving up is one base. Because it would have been, if you don't send the runner, there's going to be an out at first. So you're talking second and third with 2 outs. You'd obviously rather have that, but you're weighing having that runner at second base versus going on contact and trying to steal a run.
And you're also basing it on who's coming up after, you know, the ground ball's hit. I mean, bottom of the order coming up, you figure you might take a chance and get that run in.
Yeah, if you got Ryan Braun coming up, you probably don't use the contact play, even though it just looks like you ran into an out. 0-2 pitch down in the dirt, and now Davis ends up at second base. That will be a steal for Chris Davis. So you're right back where you would have been. No harm done. Stolen base number 5. Second and third with 2 away. Santana trying to drive in a couple of big ones. Ooh, called strike 3. Santana was rung up to end the inning. Glenn with second and third and nobody out. Comes out of that clean.
In yesterday's ball game, it looked like pitches off the corners, one inside, one outside. Now Fielding Colbert rings him up on this. That marginal pitch, but you know, maybe a little bit too close to take with 2 strikes. And that ends the inning. Boy, what a great opportunity the Brewers had to extend their lead. Second and third, nobody out. Big boys coming up. They come up empty.
I thought the key at bat in that inning was Adam Lynn's strikeout.
Oh yeah,
that's the one that set it up for Bland. Lind does not do that very often. He's normally very patient, but he chased a couple of changeups out of the zone for the first out of that inning. So Peralta still leads 3-1. We go to the 6th now. Bottom of the 6th. Polanco is at the plate when Cervelli was thrown out, picked off second base to end the inning. This will be a key inning for Willie Peralta. Got the top of the order coming up. Little tapper to the mound. And out number 1.
They get that leadoff hitter, always important. Hey, the Brewers return home next Tuesday. That sounds good, doesn't it? Long road trip the Brewers are on. They start a 3-game series against the Cardinals, and on Tuesday, September 15th through Thursday, September 17th. Tickets call 414-902-4000 or go to Brewers.com today.
Your happy place.
That's my happy place, you bet. more ways than one.
Get your breeze machine back.
Sleep in your own bed.
Here's Josh Harrison.
Brewers have a rough September.
Yeah, they do.
A couple of 10-game road trips.
Yeah, the next road trip, which will be the last road trip, will send the Brewers to Chicago, St. Louis, San Diego. That kind of fits, you know, you're right there in the Midwest, and San Diego's right there by Chicago and St. Louis. You really don't have to deviate too far.
No reason to go to San Diego when you're in L.A. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
Or even Arizona.
Might as well. Since you're right there, I mean, just go right to San Diego on your way. Swing and a miss by Harrison, and the count is 1-2. Next season, the Brewers will finish the season in Arlington and then Colorado. The Rangers and the Rockies in the final road trip.
So
2-2 to Harrison. And a fastball line to center. That's too good of a pitch with 2 strikes for Willie Peralta. That was right down the middle.
Yeah, didn't chase the slider. Harrison laid off of it, and then he gets this one. Mistake. Got it down on the handle a little bit, but able to line it into center field.
Well, that is going to mean Peralta will face a former MVP representing the tying run. These are dangerous times to face Andrew McCutchen. Getting late in a game, that's when he is at his best.
He's already seen Willie twice tonight.
Slider strike. McCutchen did have a home run in that series against the Reds. He was 2 for 9 in that series. Had a homer. He drove in 4 in a series win. Pittsburgh won the last 2 games of that series in Cincinnati.
So relaxed and confident up there at the plate. Tough to get a fastball by him on the inside part of the plate. Very quick hands. He's always done well against the crew.
He has grounded into a double play tonight. Peralta would love another one here to end the inning. And that's a ball. 2-1 the count. McCutchen's hit 15 homers with runners on base this year.
Taking a long look down at third base. This might be a running count, 2-1, but the way Maldonado throws the baseball, I don't know if the Pirates want to take the risk.
Two balls, 1 strike. Long pause. Harrison stays put. McCutchen fouls it away down the right field line. 2-2 now. Here's a 2-2. McCutchen doesn't chase.
Yeah, see the way Willie falls off the mound on that last pitch. That's why it was down in the dirt, not even close.
Almost as if his body is trying to will that ball down, not to throw a hanging slider.
Yeah, just overthrown just a little bit, getting out of his mechanics.
A lot of breaking balls to McCutchen. See what he does here. Harrison at first. He might be on the move. 1 out. He takes off. McCutchen a half swing, throw to second, and out at second. A strike him out, throw him out, double play to end the inning. And Maldonado cuts down another one. Boy, that one turned quickly. McCutchen unable to check his swing. A swinging strike 3 and a pick and a tag by Jeanette. Great play out at second base. Maldonado's cut down a pair tonight. Rewind. First inning, 2 outs. Chris Davis with a bomb out of here. 2-run home run, his 19th of the year. Made it a 3-run first. Braun also had an RBI in that inning. And Willie Peralta, he's been good tonight. Peralta has given up just 1 run. Got a double play from Andrew McCutchen earlier in the game. That was back in the 4th inning. And then Maldonado caught Cervelli napping at second. That snuffed out a rally.
And then to strike him out, throw him out. Only 2 strikeouts, but that was a big one to McCutchen on a 3-2 pitch. Slider tried to check his swing, and a good pick on a low throw by Jeanette to end the inning.
So it's 3-1 Brewers going to the 7th now as Segura leads off. Joe Blanton out there for his 2nd inning. Brewers led Blanton off the hook last inning. Had 2 on, 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. And could not score. Blanton with a couple of strikeouts in that frame. Segura's on a nice little roll at the plate right now. Comes in with a batting average of .270. Segura on this road trip has 8 hits. He's 0 for 2 today and make him 0 for 3. Down he goes.
They just can't figure out Joe Blanton, can they? After those 2 hits to start the 6th. Not much going on. 3 strikeouts for him. Another pitch out of the strike zone. Another changeup.
That's that same pitch that got Adam Lind with 2 on and nobody out in the 6th inning. It's been a good pitch for him tonight. Something about it as it tumbles out of the strike zone. Here's Maldonado. This is a fastball. Blanton. Martin tonight is 0 for 2, but he has made an impact defensively. He's cut down 2 Pirates on the bases. Picked off Cervelli. Caught stealing on Harrison.
Yeah, could very well have saved a couple of runs, right?
Right to Harrison. 2 outs. As promised earlier in the game, we have selected the Data Strong Fan photo of the game. Don't forget to tweet your photo, hashtag #WisDataStrongFan. It comes to us from John.
Stuffed animals. Those are good too.
Yeah, that rabbit, it feels like it's been around a while. That's a gamer. Gamer rabbit. It's got some experience. Those are hard to give up.
Spent a lot of time under the couch.
Here's Peralta with 2 outs. And hard hit, but right at Mercer. And that's an easy inning for Blanton. So he's got 2 scoreless in relief of A.J. Burnett. Stretch time in Pittsburgh. Brewers up a pair. Here, there's Teddy Werner from the Brewers front office hanging out. John Creighton from Johnson Controls enjoying the Brewers on the road here tonight. Good ball game so far. The Brewers have a 3-1 lead going to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Martin Maldonado is in our shining moment of the game, right in your wheelhouse, Rock, the catching play.
Yeah, just says quick feet, gets himself in position very quickly, and that ball straight as a string all the way down to second base. Got a pick off of Cervelli to end an inning, and a strike him out, throw him out. A good assist by Scooter Gennett to pick the low throw. So Maldonado showing off that arm tonight. Just all about the footwork for Maldonado. Always been able to, seems always to be able to get that arm on top, and throw very rarely, if ever, has any tail to it. That's a key. Quick feet when you're back behind home plate. That's how it starts for everybody that's throwing a baseball, whether you're an infielder or a catcher.
Jung Ho Kang leads off, and a wave and a miss and a fastball. Same goes for a pitcher.
Yeah.
You see it with Peralta. When you're in that low position, you can do a lot more control.
You can't be too quick with the upper body. You got to make sure you got your feet underneath of you. That's what Segura does so well.
And a swing and a miss. Boy, Kang stands right on top of the plate. He dares you to throw it in there.
Got a base hit on a breaking pitch last time. That's why Maldonado and Peralta attacking him with the fastball.
Doesn't bite on the slider. So it goes 3-2 now. Pitch count climbing up there a little bit for Peralta. I'm sure Counsell would love to get him through the 7th. Now he let him hit in the bottom of the 7th.
Pretty good for 7th inning, though.
He's got a 3-1 lead to work with. Middle part of the order coming up here, and Gong, Marte, and Alvarez. But any sign of trouble, I'm sure you'd see that bullpen begin to stir. Milwaukee's won 6 straight games against Pittsburgh, and they've won 8 of their last 9. It has been a go-figure stretch for one of the best teams in baseball, the Pirates. The Craig Counsell's club has had their number. And a shot, base hit. That's another one. Peralta just left right in the middle.
I didn't want to walk him, right? He's already had 2 leadoff walks. One in the 4th, one in the 5th, and one in the 5th came around to score. Guy just red hot right now. He's swinging the bat well, hitting the ball on the nose just about every time. Another base hit.
And here comes Marte again. The Pirates bring the tying run to the plate. Peralta has not had a clean inning since the 2nd. He's been getting out of some jams, not a lot of significant jams outside of that 5th inning. Jeffress springs into action. Hard throwing right-hander getting loose in the bullpen. Marte's a tough guy to double up. He's got to hit one sharply at an infielder and forget about it now. That gets by Maldonado. And Gong to second base.
And Willie's starting to overthrow a little bit. And that one not even close. Holds on to this one a little bit too long. And Maldonado a little slow, but he had to move his glove the entire width of the plate and then some.
On a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Right. I mean, you can't blame him.
Some discussions going on. That's a pitching coach, Rick Kranitz. He'll make the call down. And Peralta is going to have to find another gear here to finish this inning. 2-0 on Marte. And that skips away, and Gung's all the way to third base now. Back-to-back wild pitches.
And both fastballs, this one in the dirt. He's had such good command, but last 2 pitches, Maldonado caught in between, whether backhanded or trying to bring the glove around. That's tough duty, for a catcher with the fastball in the dirt. Breaking pitch a lot different. You have time to get down.
3-0. See if Marte has a green light. And it's ball 4.
He's running out of gas.
Well, Jeffress is ready in the bullpen. We'll see if Counsell makes a move here. Tying run is now on. Counsell and Jerry Narron, the bench coach, and here he comes. So that'll be the game for Peralta. Cannot lose this game. And he will exit with a 3-1 lead. Jeremy Jeffress on his way in. Good showing for Peralta. He'll exit with 2 on. Needs his bullpen to pick him up now. We'll take a break. into the dugout now. He's got 2 runners that are his responsibility. 6+ innings, just 1 run tonight for Peralta. And has a chance to win this game, but he's going to have to rely on his bullpen to take it to the finish line as Jeremy Jeffress will enter. Nobody out, 7th inning in 2-men aboard.
And Jeremy very capable of ground ball, double play. I think the Brewers would sacrifice a run to get 2 outs. 63rd appearance for Jeffress. 51 strikeouts and just shy of 57 innings of work. And Jeremy last pitched on Tuesday against the Marlins, so it's a scoreless inning. And he has been throwing the baseball well, unscored upon in 14 of 15 appearances. Coming on with nobody out.
Well, you got the Pirates' best power hitter at the plate, Pedro Alvarez. 22 home runs this season. Does strike out a lot. Jeffress would love to get a punch out here. Brewers are going to play back in the infield to try to turn 2 on a ground ball, and Jeffress starts him with a breaking ball for a strike.
That'd be nice to get the punch out, then the ground ball, if you want to get greedy.
Alvarez walked and scored in the 5th. Scored the only Pirate run. Beats Club with 5 hits. Brewers had a chance to add to their lead with 2 on and nobody out in the 6th inning, but could not score in that inning. Joe Blanton got a couple of strikeouts. Lind and Santana. And no damage in that inning. And now the Pirates threatening again.
Marte with 26 stolen bases. He leads the club. Well, he'd love to get himself into scoring position here.
Yeah, this could be a running opportunity.
Pretty good lead over there at first.
Long pause for Jeffress. And Alvarez asks for and gets timeout. That was late. Very late. You can ask for it. You don't always get it. It's up to the home plate umpire.
Well, the umpire takes into consideration how long the pitcher holds the ball there like that. If he feels as though it's a little bit excessive, he might give him timeout. If not, he won't.
Started up again. 1 ball, 1 strike. Alvarez takes ball 2. 2-1. One thing about Marte, he does have the 26 steals, but he's been caught 9 times as well. And Maldonado is throwing the ball well tonight. He's already gotten 2 Pirates. Alvarez with a big swing.
Took a little off. 90. A little BP fastball had him out in front.
Takes a lot of courage to throw a pitch that is not your best velocity pitch, but that's what pitching is, trying to disrupt the timing of the hitter.
Especially in a fastball count. Good time to do it.
Alvarez will chase out of the zone. 2-2 the count. And he didn't chase that time. Good idea by Jeffress just to see. But now the count's full. He's going to be forced to throw a strike in there on Alvarez.
A lot of full counts for the Brewer pitchers in the last few innings.
What an intense ball game tonight. Pirates fighting for the division. The Brewers would love nothing more than to knock them off the perch. 3-2. And a swing and a miss. He struck him out with a breaking ball. Jeffress gets Alvarez. What a pitch in a tough spot.
Throws something he's not looking for, and that's certainly what he did. He got back into the count with a changeup and got Alvarez to chase the breaking ball. And for the strikeout, hey, now get the ground ball. Marte stayed put on the 3-2 pitch, respecting the throwing arm of Maldonado. That keeps that double play alive.
That felt like the one to run on, right?
Right.
You get a breaking ball, but he's there, and now first and third. Cervelli at the plate. And Cervelli fouls it away.
Tough out tonight.
Cervelli is a free swinger. He doesn't walk much. He's grounded into 10 double plays this year. That's a lot. But Cervelli, as Rock mentioned, is in a good place right now with 2 hits tonight.
He puts the ball in play relatively consistently. Brewers looking for a ground ball right at somebody.
Skipped in. Nice play by Maldonado.
I love the way he gets the attention of the pitcher and gets him going. Very animated behind home plate. Love it.
One ball, one strike. First and third for the Pirates. And the Brewers lead by 2, and a check on Marte. That's a call from the bench. A few calls that the Brewers bench can make to pass along to Maldonado. There's the hold, the step off, the throw to first.
Pitch out.
All designed to disrupt the base running. And that's a little half swing. He goes, and it is 2 strikes on Cervelli. 1 and 2.
Yeah. Both of Cervelli's base hits have come on Willie Peralta fastballs. So you know he can handle the fastball. Let's see if he gives him that same breaking pitch that he gave Alvarez.
Jeffress and Peralta are so much alike in their stuff. That power sinker and a slider. The 1-2. Fastball in there. Got a lot of run on it, huh?
Yeah. That's that arm angle. Drop down a little bit, gives him the movement. But still has the big velocity to go with it.
Well, he's got him in a 2-2 count. Has not thrown one pitch in the strike zone yet. Cervelli, the free swinger, has been up there ready to hack. And the 2-2 is swung on and fouled away. Back in there again.
And another pitch off the plate. That one got him on the leg. Base hit the left, base hit the right tonight for Cervelli. Covering both sides of the plate pretty well tonight.
And needs a minute to walk it off. Home plate umpire Colbreth out there to clean off home plate and ask for a few baseballs, trying to give Cervelli a little bit. Fouled it off his calf. Wind it up again. 2-2 the count. Marte is still at first. He's not looked like he's wanted to run in this sequence. That or he can't quite get a jump. He stays put, and that one's way inside. Almost hit Cervelli. 3 balls and 2 strikes now.
The Pirates get hit by a lot of pitches. This one down and in. Able to get out of the way somehow. And a good pick by Maldonado to keep it in front of him.
Jeffress going through the thought process. What do you throw here? All the pitches inside on Cervelli. He's got Mercer on deck, the 8th place hitter.
And all fastballs. Does he go with the breaking pitch? This might be when Marte takes off.
Maldonado had a strike him out, throw him out, double play last inning. Full count, 1 out. He goes, and it's way inside. Ball for Jeffress. Walks Cervelli to load him up.
Walks have been a big part of the Pirates offense tonight.
Well, and it's not going to be Jordy Mercer. The former Brewer, Aramis Ramirez, will come on to pinch hit for Clint Hurdle. Normally in the starting lineup, the last 2 games, he's been the starting first baseman for the Pirates.
Good double play guy. Dangerous on the first pitch, as every Brewer fan knows.
See his splits between the Brewers and the Pirates. Ramirez playing in his 38th game as a Pirate. His career numbers with the bases loaded are eye-popping. 10 grand slams, a .345 batting average, 4 of those hits this year. He is a tough out in spots like this. So an old friend is a new foe. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ramirez has bounced into 19 double plays this year, by far the most on the Pirates roster. He knows Jeffress, and Jeffress knows him. No secrets. Inside he goes. Ramirez swinging away at that first pitch.
Yeah, that one not even close to being a strike. Good idea. Not throwing a strike to Ramirez on the first pitch.
Ramos started at first base yesterday against the Reds. He had a hit last night. It was 1 out of 4. Only Duffy and Escobar have grounded into more double plays this season. And a ground ball here could get Jeffress out of the inning. Ramirez does not run well at all, and you'd have plenty of time to turn one. It's the second pinch hitter used by Hurdle. Ramirez for Mercer, the 8th spot. If it gets to the 9th spot next, he'll have Travis Snyder hit. Bases loaded, 1 out, and a swing and a miss. A running fastball right under the bat of Ramirez. That's the pitch he was looking for against Cervelli.
Right. He can tie him up inside as long as he's not looking for it in there. Everything's been inside to him on this in this at bat.
What does he go with here? Watch Maldonado. He sets up a way and a swing and a miss. He struck him out on a slider. And a good block back there by Maldonado. The second out of the inning, and a big one for Jeremy Jeffress.
Yeah, that's the other thing that Ramirez does a lot of, punching out and swinging the pitches out of the zone with 2 strikes. Not sure how many actual strikes Jeffress threw to him in that at bat. A lot of pitches out of the zone, but Ramirez went after him. Matter of fact, I don't think he threw 1 pitch in the strike zone.
And a quick visit to the mound. Rick Kranitz wants to talk scouting report here with Travis Snyder coming up. Peralta still got his game face on. 2 of those 3 runners are his responsibility. After 6+ tonight, Jeremy Jeffress has a chance to strike out the side. 2 outs. Travis Snyder coming in. The bases loaded, full of Pirates. It got very quiet here. As Jeffress misses away. Snyder hasn't been in this role much. Does have a couple of RBIs on a double in a pinch hit role. Lost his job with Polanco emerging as the everyday right fielder. Spent some time in the minor leagues. 2-0.
Yeah. All of a sudden now Travis Snyder becoming a much better hitter. Now he's got the count in his favor. Nowhere to put him either. Either pitch very close to home plate.
Snyder coming to the Pirates, coming back to the Pirates from the Orioles. And a swing and a foul. He made his start on Monday. That was against Cincinnati. That was his first start since his days with the Orioles. First start since August 4th. Two balls, one strike. 3-1. Nowhere to put him. Boy, this has been a battle for Jeremy Jeffress. A lot of pitches. 21 on the board right now. A lot of deep counts.
Already 2 walks in the inning. One by Peralta, one by Jeffress.
A dangerous pitch here. A base hit could tie it. And he missed with it. Ball 4. Bases loaded walk. And the Pirates are within a run. An RBI the easy way for Travis Snyder. Here comes Craig Counsell. Jeffress cannot get through the 7th inning. And with the left-handed hitting Polanco coming up, Counsell is going to Will Smith. Pitching change at PNC Park. Brewers still have a lead, but that lead is down to 1. And Will Smith getting right back on the horse after giving up runs last night.
Well, you see the numbers for Will Smith. 67th appearance for Smith. He pitched last night against the Marlins and struggled. Gave up a couple of hits, gave up 2 runs in a third of an inning. And he also allowed an inherited runner to score. Overall, a 3.06 earned run average. He's got a left-hander coming up, and that's the kind of hitter that's been giving him some problems lately. Lefties have been hitting him pretty well.
Well, last night it was a struggle for Smith. In a 2-2 game in the 8th inning, he came on, gave up 3 runs, actually in the 7th inning, I beg your pardon, against the Marlins. He's got the bases loaded behind him. Gregory Polanco at the plate. And a first pitch slider in there for a strike. That felt like a dangerous spot to throw a breaking ball, but it buckled the knees of Polanco. Got him. That was a good one there.
Yeah, that's the one that he needed in last night's ball game, and coming up big here tonight. Back-to-back breaking pitches. Smith's got both the curveball and the slider.
Counsel showing a lot of confidence in Smith. I'm sure he appreciates that. Right back on the mound tonight. Not letting one day carry over to the next. And hoping he can get through this inning with the Brewers still in the lead. The 0-2 on the way and a half swing. He checked it. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Keep throwing that slider. You just want to make sure you don't hang it. Maldonado very good at blocking pitches. And make sure you keep it down in the zone.
There have been 3 walks in this inning and a hit. There have been 2 strikeouts as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here it comes, and a fastball up and in, gets away. Maldonado can still secure the inning. He does. Wow, that was close. Maldonado made the play. No run scores, inning over as Polanco strikes out. Yikes. Brewers still lead. Smith with a strikeout to end it. Will Smith with a strikeout to end the inning. And the Brewers still in the lead 3-2 as we head to the 8th inning. Tomorrow night, back on the air at 5:30 Milwaukee time. Fox Sports Wisconsin is the home. Miller Lite, what's on tap? We got Jimmy Nelson against Charlie Morton. Nelson trying to get back to winning ways for the Brewers. Tomorrow night it'll be game 2 of this 4-game series.
Yeah, Charlie Morton, another guy that struggled against the Brewers. He's 3-7 career. 13 starts as Antonio Bastardo takes over for the Pirates, one of 3 left-handers down in that bullpen. And Bastardo with a .321 earned run average, 55 games, and made his name over with the Philadelphia Phillies. He worked a scoreless 8th inning on Tuesday at Cincinnati. Been racking up the strikeouts as of late. He's got 12 strikeouts in his last 6 appearances.
Aramis Ramirez will stay in the game to play third base. That'll move Gung over to short. Ramirez, who struck out in a pinch hit role, will remain in. And Hernan Perez will lead off for the Brewers. Perez pinch hitting They'll hit for Jeanette. Probably see Perez go to third, and that'll move Herrera over to second base. Brewers clinging to a 1-run lead, needing to tack on a few here in this inning.
Pirates haven't exactly been knocking the cover off the baseball. Both innings that they scored, only one hit. Yeah, but walks have been a big part of it.
Peralta finishes with 6+ innings, 2 earned runs allowed on 5 hits, as Perez a swing and a miss.
Only 2 strikeouts for Willie tonight, but he had that big one, that strikeout of Andy McCutchen, to strike him out, throw him out. That ended an inning.
Peralta still in line for a win, but 6 more outs to get for the Brewers bullpen as Perez fouls it back. Hernan has been used as a pinch hitter 11 times this year. He's 4 for 11. Started the year with the Tigers. Played in 22 games with Detroit. This is game 70 as a Brewer. And he's hit well as a Brewer, nearly .290. Perez is bigger than you think. When you stand up next to him, you realize just how tall he is, how big he is. For a shortstop, which is his original position, he's playing a lot of third base with the Brewers, but did he go? And he did. That's a ring up down there by Manny Gonzalez. Perez a strikeout victim to start the inning.
Yeah, Saturday, September 19th is Fan Appreciation Night at Miller Park. That's presented by Chevrolet. The Brewers host the Reds, and all fans at the ballpark will automatically be entered to win a number of great prizes, including a grand prize of a brand new Chevy Trax. For details, go to brewers.com/fan appreciation.
That'll be good to see the Reds. We've hardly seen them recently.
Started the road trip with the Reds.
Saw him on the last homestand. Elian Herrera with one away. The switch hitter.
Pretty good job tonight by Joe Blanton, huh? Got himself out of a bad mess in the 6th. 3 up, 3 down, 7th.
The bridge innings.
Yeah.
2 scoreless for Blanton, leading up to Bastardo here in the 8th. Glenn Hurdle said before the game his top 2 relievers are down tonight. Melanson is closer, and Watson. He said Soria will close tonight.
Not often a manager says that.
That
openly.
makes me not believe him.
Yeah.
Especially Clint Hurdle, who plays the verbal gamesmanship as well as anybody. High pop up. Long run, and that's Polanco who will make the call in the catch. Second out of the inning. Two gone. Here comes Ryan Braun. Hurdle has taken a team to the World Series. That was the Rockies back in '07. This is his 5th year in Pittsburgh. He's changed the culture here. He's done a great job.
And that's what it's all about, right? The culture. You got to convince your guys that they can win, that they're good. Kind of a challenge for them in the beginning, but I think these guys don't need any help. And reminding them that they're a good ball club.
They've done a great job with their front office acquiring players. They had so many top draft picks, early first rounders, those lean years here in Pittsburgh, and they did well on them, including their ace Garrett Cole, who was a 1-1 overall out of UCLA. And then they've been able to make a few trades. And you look at this current Pirates roster, you feel like this is as deep of a Pirates ball club as we've seen here in a long time, maybe going back into the early 90s with the Pirates, the Barry Bonds era of the Pittsburgh Pirates. They've got a great bench. They've got veterans on their bench. They've got a lot of movable parts like Sean Rodriguez, who can play all over.
Ishikawa, left-hander. You got Michael Morse, a big right-handed hitter.
Braun on the ground to short. That's Gung over there now, and that is a quick inning for Bastardo. Brewers are hanging on. Do they have 6 outs in them? Big boys are coming up. Generally awesome every day. So Brewer catchers are having a nice little run. Even celebrated a birthday this week.
What prompted that?
Well, Jeff was talking about how great the catchers have been for the Brewers.
Oh, you're including me.
I feel like you're in that. You're in that mix.
I get it.
Those are the changes defensively. Perez staying to play third. Herrera goes to second. And the new pitcher here in a setup role is Corey Knebel with a 1-run lead.
Yeah, counts already needed. Jeremy Jeffrey, you got Will Smith, 2 setup men. They're done tonight. Knebel pitched on Tuesday against the Marlins and threw up a scoreless inning. Gave up a hit, also struck out a batter. More strikeouts for Knebel than innings pitched.
Josh Harrison will lead off.
He's got the middle of this order coming up. Harrison, McCutchen, Gung.
And Counsell wanting to have velocity in there against him. Knebel's got a very good breaking ball, too. Here comes one. And Harrison takes it. Harrison hasn't been biting on that breaking ball down in the zone. Those are pitches that aren't missing by much. And usually you get hitters to swing at that, but he's seeing it well. Even against Peralta, Harrison was seeing the ball well down there. That was right down the middle, and he missed it. A fly ball to right. Was late on that fastball, and the first out of the inning for Knebel.
Yeah, that's what the velocity will give you. 95 to 97 miles an hour with the fastball, even down the middle. Get a hitter a little bit behind it. This guy's not going to miss too many of them, though.
And that's a pitch that Harrison was destroying last year in an all-star year. That's the way it goes when you're going well.
Yeah.
Hadn't been the same. Now you got to be careful here. 3-2 game, 8th inning. Knebel facing Andrew McCutchen.
Got that one by him. 96.
Council had to use Jeffress and Smith to get through the 7th inning, stranding the bases loaded. Pirates did score one on a bases loaded walk to Travis Snyder, who was pinch hitting. But the Brewers maintain the lead. And a curveball hit deep. Braun is back. That ball is gone. Just like that, we're tied. Andrew McCutchen does it to the Brewers again.
Yep, hung a curveball. Can't do that. There's behind the fastball. They give him a curveball that stayed up in the zone. You're helping him out doing that. Right down the middle, and McCutchen takes it to the opposite field, and we're all tied up.
He is clutch.
Can't make mistakes to that guy. Just can't do it.
Game-tying home run in the 8th.
And the Brewers have made a number of them against McCutchen in his career.
Here's Jung Ho Gung. Takes a strike. '90th RBI for McCutchen on his 22nd home run. It's his 23rd career home run against the Brewers. And when the situation is tighter, the better a hitter he is. That's why he's won an MVP.
Yeah. And you make mistakes on him, he's going to make you pay. He's not going to miss too many. Hanging curveball.
That was McCutchen's 150th career home run, by the way. Oh, 2 to Gung. Got him. Fastball struck him out. 2 outs in the inning. Andrew McCutchen has 150 steals to go along with those 150 homers. Only Barry Bonds has put up those numbers in the power speed categories in Pirates franchise history. No other Pirate other than those two, Bonds and McCutchen, with 150 and 150 in their careers as Pirates. Marte fouls a high fastball away. Well, the Brewers led 3-0 after the first. Pirates got one in the 5th on a sac fly out of Neil Walker. Scored a run in the 7th on a bases loaded walk to Snyder. And now a home run by McCutchen has tied it.
And they've really only had 2 opportunities to score tonight. Yeah, they scored 3 in the first, had a great opportunity in the 6th. Not able to cash in, but other than that, it has been quiet.
Council really needed Jeffress to get through that 7th inning. Well, first he needed Peralta to get through the 7th. That would have put him right where he wanted to be as Knebel hits Marte. Hit him on an 0-2 pitch.
Yeah, no team gets hit by more pitches than the Pirates. One of the reasons might be that Pirate pitchers have hit more batters than any other team. One kind of goes with the other, doesn't it? Not intentional at all. No chance for him to get out of the way.
High fastball right across the back.
And guaranteed he's going to be taken off now. Tie game, a lot different than being down in the game.
Well, now Alvarez will come in. And Marte still Trying to shake this one off a little bit. He's so muscular, you don't feel like anything can hurt him.
96, 97 will hurt him.
Right in the middle of the back. That'll do it.
Get him on the shoulder blade. I hurt anybody, even you.
Alvarez started him with a curveball.
That's a curveball he wanted to throw to McCutchen.
Two outs in the inning. Big power hitter at the plate. And a power pitcher. There's a curveball, little tapper. And Knebel gets through the 8th. However, Andrew McCutchen gets a hanging breaking ball and delivers it into the bleachers over the Clemente wall. Tie game, even at 3. 9th inning coming. Lind will lead off. And we're at 3 now, going to the 9th. Changes for the Pirates. Sean Rodriguez will come into play first base. And Clint Hurdle, his closer is Melanson, but he's down tonight, according to Hurdle, before the game. We'll see if that is the case. So it'll be Joakim Soria, who's his acting closer tonight, and he's going to bring him on here in a tie game in the 9th inning with the Brewers' Adam Lind coming up.
Yeah, 17 appearances with the Pittsburgh Pirates. He was acquired on the trading deadline from the Tigers. He's been pretty good. He's surrendered just 1 home run in the last 28 games, and you say that because Chris Davis is leading off this 9th inning. I should say Adam Lind and then Chris Davis.
Now the Brewers have some power coming up, and this is a little bit of redemption time for this part of the order. Lind, Davis, Santana. Because in the 6th inning, the Brewers had 2 on at 2nd and 3rd with nobody out, and Lind, Davis, and Santana were all retired, and the Brewers could not score. That was a chance for the Brewers to add to their 3-1 lead.
Yeah, even 1 run there would have been a big deal. To get nothing there, and boy, that really gives momentum into that Pirates dugout. They kind of feel like they have a shot.
It gives them another shot here.
Yeah.
Bastardo works a scoreless inning in the 8th for the Pirates with a strikeout. And Soria takes, or rather delivers a strike. Lind 2-1 now. A.J. Burnett started, returned from the disabled list. He went 5, gave up 3 runs. Blanton went 2 scoreless. Bastardo a scoreless 8th. Pirates erase a 3-0 Brewers lead. All 3 of those runs came in the 1st inning. 2-2 to Lynn. 3-2 now.
Yeah, Soria, not your typical closer, even back in the days. And not that big fastball. It tops out maybe once in a while at 94. Slider, curveball, changeup. Pretty much stays on the outer half of the plate. Tries to catch that outside corner with everything.
Now that curveball has been his signature pitch. And Lind, jam shot. That's going to fall, a base hit. Had the shift on, and Lind able to muscle one into center field. It's a leadoff single for the Brewers here in the ninth.
And you saw Cervelli setting up inside, and I should say outside. And watch where it comes, inside. And Lind just able to sneak it over to the head of Gung over there. And he was playing up the middle on the shift.
That had a funny sound to it.
Yeah.
Off the end of the bat, maybe?
I think it was, yep.
All right, here's Davis now. Chris with his 19th homer of the year back in the first inning. And it was a bomb out of here. Visual proof. Watch where this one ends up. Over the hedges. And between the hedges and the batter's eye, about a 420-foot blast.
Maybe just sneak one this time over the fence.
Quickly 0-2 on Davis. Soria struggled last year with the Tigers. It was hurt, had an oblique injury late in the season. He came back. He wasn't quite right when he came back. And he struggled out of the bullpen in their brief playoff stint against the Orioles. Tigers were swept in 3 games by Baltimore last year. Baltimore beating all 3 of the Detroit Aces. But Soria had a tough relief appearance in game 1 of that series that really set the tone. After being traded from the Rangers to the Tigers. There's a called strike. Spotted that fastball, and Davis will take a seat.
Yeah, not much you're going to do with that. That was a perfect pitch. Right on the outside corner. Cervelli doesn't even have to move the glove. A little too close to take with 2 strikes.
1 away. Soria was involved in a trade with Corey Knebel. Santana pops it up. Harrison will call it. And the second out of the inning. Santana's at bat doesn't last long. 2 gone now, still a runner at first. Here comes Segura. Yeah, the original deal that sent Soria to the Tigers, the Rangers got Knebel in return, and then the Rangers flipped Knebel without appearing in 1 game for Texas to the Brewers this offseason in the Gallardo deal. Slow roller, easy way to second, and after a leadoff single, the Brewers go quietly. Going to be a final at-bat win for someone. The Brewers hoping to get this one to extra innings. this one has had plenty of playoff intensity tonight. Brewers baseball presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Book your stay now. To the 9th we go. Pirates coming up in the bottom of the 9th. Bottom of the order against Tyler Thornburg. The council will make a couple of changes defensively. Logan Schaefer is in center field, and that's going to move Santana over to left field. Davis is out.
And Thornburg's been pretty good since he's been called back up. He posted a 2.08 earned run average in 12 appearances since being recalled. Last pitched on Monday against the Marlins and threw 2 scoreless innings up. A couple of hits, a couple of strikeouts for Thornburg. Got the bottom of 3 in the batting order for Pittsburgh.
Cervelli will start it. Been on base all 3 times tonight. 2 hits and a walk. Willie Peralta goes 6+ tonight. 2 earned runs. Knebel giving up a game-tying home run to McCutchen. Brewers got all 3 of their runs in the first inning. Braun had an RBI ground out off Burnett, and then Chris Davis hit a 2-run homer. So each club with 3 runs on 6 hits. Neither club has committed an error. The Pirates have stranded 6 on base tonight, and 3 of those came in the 7th inning, when Will Smith struck out Gregory Polanco with the bases full. And a swing and a miss. Thornburg going right after Cervelli strikes him out. 1 away in the 9th.
Talking about Tyler, he's been good. I mean, he got called back up on the 31st of July. And from AAA. Been outstanding. Done nice work. You know, good fastball. His changeup's been good, and he's been able to throw some curveballs for strikes.
Second at bat for Ramos Ramirez, who pinch hit in that 7th inning and struck out with the bases loaded. Pirates are dying to get to the 9th spot in the order. That's been the sweet spot for them tonight. There are no recordable at-bats in that 9th spot. Burnett had a sac bunt. Neil Walker had a pinch hit sac fly. And Travis Snyder had a bases loaded walk that produced a run. Ramirez, a pop-up. Segura, 4 out, number 2. And here comes that 9th spot in the order, and it's going to be Mike Morse. A power hitter coming up with 2 outs in the 9th. See what Hurdle does for the 10th inning. If the Brewers can get it there.
Yeah, first things first, this guy's got some power. There it is.
Pinch hitting for Soria, Michael Morse. Be curious to get his thoughts on what has happened with the Washington Nationals coming down the stretch. He was part of that ball club. It has been a collapse. Nationals have tonight off. They're back at it tomorrow against the Marlins in Miami. Mets and Braves are underway, by the way. Long rain delay there in Atlanta. They're in the 2nd inning. Drive to right, but foul.
And Nationals needed a day off, didn't they? After that sweep by the Mets. Lost some leads. Chance to recharge the batteries before that road trip.
7 back to the Mets. The Nationals. Morse came to the Pirates from the Marlins after 4 seasons with Washington. Ended up with the Mariners, back with the Mariners. That was his original team, Seattle. He was a shortstop when he was drafted.
Imagine that, shortstop that size.
He is a big man. He's 6'5", 245. Played for the Giants last year. Part of that World Series club in San Francisco last season. And that's the kind of experience that Clint Hurdle is counting on. A guy that's been to the postseason. He's made postseason appearances with the Nats and the Giants. And actually swung the bat well last year in the World Series. He had 4 hits in the World Series. And 4 runs batted in last year against the Royals.
Those are the kind of guys you need to have on your bench. On the bench late in the game, in the clubhouse. Kind of calming everybody down. A little bit more difficult to do that when you're not playing every day, but he certainly plays a part. Clint Hurdle uses him quite a bit off the bench.
(3-2). Thornburg trying to make it a 1-2-3 inning. And he missed with a changeup. 2-out walk.
8th walk issued by the Brewers, or I should say 6th. 6 walks tonight.
And to go along with 6 hits and a hit batter. I'll tell you, that 9th spot in the order, that's been the black hole for the Brewers pitchers tonight.
Yeah.
2 walks, 2 sacrifices, 1 bunt and a sac fly. Pedro Florimon will pinch run for Morse. Clint Hurdle getting deep into that expanded September roster. Top of the order, here is Polanco.
Still has 5 guys left on the bench.
Everybody plays tonight.
Yeah.
Well, this is a moment of redemption for Polanco, who struck out with the bases loaded in the 7th inning.
Actually has 4 left. I forgot to include Rodriguez. 2 lefties, 2 righties left on the bench for the Pirates.
Wonder if this is a running opportunity here for Pittsburgh with Florimon in the game. If the Brewers can get it to the 10th, they'll have Maldonado, Schaefer, and then Perez. 8, 9, and 1 coming up. It sounds like a run, but you got to get to the 10th. Two 2-0. Pittsburgh is a place that Tyler Thornburg put himself on the Brewers map. In his first year in the big leagues, he pitched a 5-inning relief appearance after a rain delay. It's Polanco in the air to center field. And Schaefer will make the call and the catch, and here we go to extra innings. Brewers giving the Pirates all they want tonight. See if they can get a run here in the 10th. trying to catch the Cardinals, and Milwaukee trying to make it 7 straight against Pittsburgh. Extra innings are presented by Jack Link's. Feed your wild side. I kind of walked into the shot there, didn't I? Sorry about that. Mark Vittorio, our director. I didn't know that was a hot camera. Archimedes Caminero, the hard-throwing right-hander, is on to pitch for the Pirates. So without Watson and Melanson, Clint Hurdle said he will not pitch in this game regardless. We go to extra innings, and I'm sure Hurdle's getting a little uptight about his bullpen situation right now. Here comes Caminero to face Martin Maldonado.
Well, if those two guys aren't going to pitch, they still have 3 left. As Caminero, in his 63rd appearance, very good numbers for him, 366 the earned run average. This is a hard thrower out there. He can touch and get near 100 miles an hour. A fastball, a cutter, and a slider. Archimedes Caminero. I like that name.
Boy, that's a slider, a wicked breaking ball there to get to 0-2. So Gong moves back to third base where he started after a couple of innings at shortstop. Florimon will stay in the game to play short. And you got Decker in left field. Jeff Decker. Those are your Pirates changes if you're keeping a scorebook. And God bless you if you are. I've stopped.
Have you?
No, heck no. It's no fun without a scorebook.
Right.
My scorebook tells me that Maldonado is 0 for 3 tonight.
He is. Yeah, the deeper you go, the more changes you get, the less you can understand what's going on.
Didn't miss by much.
There's that big heater right there. 98.
98, it painted.
First
down.
one at 92. He was just toying with Maldonado. Then he comes back with a 98 just off the outside corner.
It's a good eye by Maldonado. And now Cervelli, after a couple of shakeoffs, Caminero is going to get a visit from the veteran catcher.
Saying you're shaking me off, really? I'll throw down the sign. You just throw it.
Amigo, you got a 100-mile-an-hour fastball and a backup catcher at the plate. Don't mess with it, though. Maldonado, he's got some pop.
Yes, he does. Got a walk-off this year, walk-off homer.
His homers per extra inning game ratio are off the charts when he plays. Hit the walk-off in the 17th inning against the Diamondbacks earlier this season. 2-2 pitch. Look at that slider. Brewers have not had an extra inning game since August 12th. And they've only had, I believe this is just the second in the second half. That's true. They lost to the Cubs August 12th. And only the
This is a 7th extra inning game for the Brewers. They're 3-3. Not too many.
Yeah, 5 of those in the first half.
Pirates have had now 18 extra inning games.
Wow, that is excessive.
Yeah, they're 10-7.
Foul tip in and out of the glove of Cervelli. At bat continues. So when you see a team that plays that many extra inning games, what does that tell you, Rock?
I don't know. You tell me. What does that mean?
All right, I'll take a shot at it.
They stayed close late in the game. They had some comeback ability.
That was going to be my answer.
Good bullpen.
That's ball 4. Maldonado draws the walk on a close pitch.
Aren't they a little bit too late for a question like that?
Well, I was going to test my analytic skills with your vast knowledge.
What were you going to say?
Well, you took that. That was my only bullet.
What was it?
That they play a lot of close games. You know, they're in games with a good bullpen.
Right.
And then they have some clutch players who like McCutchen tonight. I thought maybe there was something deeper that you were going to be able to find.
No, I don't think so.
That I haven't thought of. But we'll reserve that for a non-extra inning game.
But the Brewers have played the fewest extra inning games this year.
Schaefer gets a bunt down, a sacrifice. Nice bunt. Close play at first base. Maldonado ends up in scoring position. Here comes Shane Peterson. So he will bat for Perez. With a runner at second. Big spot for him.
Yeah, Greg Counsell doesn't want to burn another bench player. You got a tie game. Maldonado not fast at all out there at second base. You got Sardinius, who can run pretty well. Sticking with Maldi out at second.
Archimedes Caminero with one gone. Maldonado at second and a swing and a miss. Oh, a lot of breaking balls tonight from Caminero. Starling Marte out of the game. Discomfort in his left shoulder after being hit by that pitch from Knebel. So that's why Decker's in the game in left. Pirates lose one of the great throwers in the outfield in the big leagues.
Yeah, it's a very good throwing outfield for the Pirates when they're healthy. Yeah, good block that time by Cervelli. Yeah, both of these teams got into Pittsburgh very late last night. Brewers hit the hotel, what, about 2:45 a.m. Pirates were saying they got in about 2.
Both had night games on the road last night.
And wouldn't you know it, extra innings.
Perfect.
That's the way it goes.
These games are fun. Players a little tired. Pennant race for the Pirates. Trying to hang in there with the Cardinals. Brewers trying to spoil all of that. Peterson rolls over one foul. 2-2 now.
That throws almost 100 miles an hour. He's throwing a lot of off-speed stuff. 88 to 91 miles an hour. It's hard to exactly tell what it is exactly that he's throwing. He's been able to get a couple of them up near 100.
Two and two on Peterson. Maldonado with a short lead at second base. In the air, left field. Decker will make the play for out number 2. And that'll bring up Elian Herrera. Well, the Pirates are certainly scoreboard watching, and the Reds are all over the Cardinals tonight. 11-0 in the 9th inning. So a Cardinal loss and a Pirate win. Pittsburgh would be 3.5 back of St. Louis. This game of utmost importance for the Pirates. Jaime Garcia got roughed up tonight. Yeah. 6 earned runs in 4 1/3 innings.
Not over yet.
Which one? The one in Cincinnati?
Pennant race.
Oh, the pennant race. Yeah, you're right.
No, that one's over. The game.
Here's Herrera. Fouls it away. He was late. 98 with a fastball. Brewers need a big hit. Maldonado will be on the run with the crack of the bat. Should score if it touches the outfield. 3-3 game, 10th inning. And Herrera fouls it away. 0-2 the count on Herrera. The Brewers have won 8 out of 9 against the Pirates. 8 of their last 9. And 6 in a row. Had a 3-0 lead early. 3-2 in the 8th inning before McCutchen homered. And that's where we sit in the 10th. And a strikeout to end the inning. Brewers get a lead walk, strand a runner at second. We're headed to the bottom of the 10th inning. Still tied. Andrew McCutchen tied this game with a home run in the 8th inning. And Tyler Thornburg will continue his second inning of work. Thornburg worked around a 2-out walk last inning, put up a scoreless 9th inning, and he is going to have Harrison, McCutchen, and Gung due up.
Well, same guys as in the 8th inning. Thornburg, as you mentioned, has been very good since his call-up. Earned run average a little over 2 as Sardinius takes over at second base.
Herrera at third. Remember, Perez was pinch hit for. Herrera started at third, went to second. Now he's back at third as Harrison takes a strike. Josh Harrison has walked tonight, has a single, 1 for 3. And he reached for that one. Swung at a ball. That's the first out of the inning to Lind. Don't see Harrison do that very often.
That changeup, something off speed, just threw the bat at it.
So here is McCutchen. He's the reason we're here. Back in the 8th inning with 1 out, a hanging curveball, and he didn't miss it. He rarely does. Opposite field home run over that 21-foot high wall out there. And one swing of the bat tied it up. McCutchen with his 22nd homer of the season. 90 runs batted in. Cameras are out. One of the most popular players in the big leagues.
You just hate to lose the lead against Andrew McCutchen. I mean, you go through your scouting reports before the game and you say, don't let this guy beat you, and that's who exactly did. Tied it up in the 8th with a solo shot. I was better off walking him than throwing him too many strikes.
There's a drive. Left field. Did he get it? He did not. Santana at the track. Wow, McCutchen just missed that one.
Yeah, he knew it too. As soon as he hit it, he knew it wasn't a home run. They know that is a long ways out there to left field. Just got under. You can see the look on his face. He kind of knows he didn't get it. Santana able to haul it in front of the warning track.
That's a long way out there. That left center field alley is 383 feet. Much bigger than most ballparks. And McCutchen knows he just missed one. Destroying a Gatorade cooler. Those things are pretty durable, though. They're hard to break.
They're not very expensive. I think you can afford buying another one.
You think he gets a bill for that?
No. I would imagine he doesn't pay for a whole lot here in Pittsburgh.
Gung pops this one up. Out of play. Not a lot of room back there behind the plate. And the count is a ball and 2 strikes. The Pirates have 9 walk-offs this year. Thornburg trying to avoid that here tonight. 2 outs, 1-2 pitch, a swing and a miss. Thornburg with a changeup struck him out. Boy, keep it rolling. Tyler Thornburg, 2 scoreless innings. To the 11th we go in Pittsburgh. Which are presented by Jack Links. Feed your wild side.
I think I have some in my bag here if you want some.
Break them out. It's time. Rally Links as Ryan Braun ready to lead off here in the 11th inning. Braun, Lind, and then you got the pitcher spot due up. How about Tyler Thornburg with 2 scoreless?
Well, he's been good. I mean, last time out, 2 scoreless innings. And since he's been called back up, very good.
Caminero continues for the Pirates. Braun looking for one mistake. The Cardinals have lost tonight. That game's gone final. 11-0 Cincinnati. So the Pirates won't lose any ground tonight. They could pick up a game with a win.
And don't think they don't know it. That's out there on the scoreboard in right field. They're going to win today. They're right back in it. Not that they're not already.
Mets just got 3 runs. Take a lead over the Atlanta Braves. They got a 3-run 4th after a long rain delay in that one. So they lead 3-0. Nets can add a half a game to their lead over the Nationals. So there's only 2 games in progress right now in the big leagues. Us and the Mets Braves. 2 games postponed tonight. Cubs Phillies and Blue Jays Yankees. There's a walk. Ryan Braun will reach. So a leadoff walk. And now a base stealer at first base with Adam Lind coming up, and Clint Hurdle is on his way out.
Yeah, the 2 base runners against Caminero, both walks. And both leadoff walks. And Maldonado in the 10th, and now Braun.
And Hurdle's going to play matchup here. Lafremboy is coming on with Lynn coming up. Pitching change. Let's see if Counsell counters. We'll take a break. Coming up, Bobby Laframboise is on the pitch for the Pirates.
Yeah, he got called up on September 1st. He was one of the September call-ups. He was down in the minor leagues. Now 1-2 record with a .298 earned run average. He's only given up 1 run in 5 2/3 innings in his 3 appearances. That includes a couple of strikeouts. Got Adam Lind to deal with. Let's see if Clint Hurdle wants to empty out his bullpen. This might be one and done for Laframboise. He's got another pitcher out in the bullpen.
Looks like Jason Rogers will hit in the pitcher spot due next. And the Pirates have Jared Hughes ready to come in. So here is Lind with Braun at first. Does Braun try to steal a base in this spot? Has 22 this year, and Lind takes a ball. You'd at least like Laframboise to think about a stolen base from Braun.
Maybe hang a slider. Well, Braun maybe take a look at his move, a couple of pitches, and then maybe take off. Big lead over there at first.
A swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike on Lind. Braun with 22 stolen bases this year to go along with his 25 homers. Power and speed. And Laframboise will check on him. Anything in a gap or down a line, Braun has a great chance to score with his speed.
Especially if Lynn's able to tuck one in that left center field gap.
It's a long way out there in left center. 410 into the gap. And a pitch out. Braun not going. Interesting. Puts Laframboise behind in the count, 2-1.
Yeah, Braun really hasn't looked all that comfortable with the move of the lefty out there on the mound. Surprised that they would pitch out. He's got a big lead though, which normally means it's a one-way lead. Meaning that his first move is safety going back to first.
There he goes, and Lind fouls it away. Boy, Braun got a good jump.
Yeah, he had it stolen too.
Lind found one he liked though and didn't want to let it go by.
If he did, he would have been able to steal it. He would have had it easily at second base.
Mike Guerrero, Brewers first base coach, relaying the signs. Lind in a 2-2 count. Matchup here, lefty-lefty. Got a right-hander due next in Jason Rogers. I'm sure Hurdle will make a move. And that one right down the middle. He dropped down sidearm and surprised Lind. That's a strikeout for the first out of the inning.
Yep, right on the outer half of the plate at the knees. And let's see if Clint Hurdle's going to go out and get him. Jason Rogers announced, and here comes the Pirate manager.
So Laframboise does his job. We'll have a pitching change here in the 11th inning with Rogers coming up. We'll take a break. Which is in the 5th spot in the batting order, occupied by the pitcher after a double switch earlier in the game. And Clint Hurdle is going to counter with Jared Hughes, ground ball specialist.
He's induced 9 double play balls this year. He's 3rd most appearances out of the bullpen in the National League, now with 68, a .252 earned run average. He's allowed just 7 of 45 inherited runners to score this year. That's outstanding work.
Rogers has a home run this year against the Pirates, one of his 2 home runs on the season. And Braun at first, see if he tries to steal a base. Go ahead run at first base. Hughes takes a little bit to unload it to the plate. He's a sinker baller,
which is a bit unusual. Normally those guys are pretty quick to home plate. Try and keep men in at first base to keep that double play alive.
Yeah, this could be go time here for Ryan Braun. Maybe put something on, a hit and run, a straight steal.
Take off, you like it. Go to hacking like Adam Lind did.
Long pause, and Rogers takes ball 2.
Not a good running count now, 2-0. You want to give Jason Rogers an opportunity to get a pitch he likes. Don't distract him by taking off. Been pretty good in these spots.
All tied at 3 in the 11th. Braun goes. Rogers half swing, safe at second base. Josh Harrison is calling for a replay. Cervelli put it right on the bag. Braun called safe. And Clint Hurdle is out of the top step. Let's take a look.
Not a very good lead or a jump.
Ooh, this is going to be close.
Yeah, I'll tell you, the safe, they call it second base is safe right now, but he looks out to me.
Yeah, he's out.
I mean, not even close. This shouldn't take too long. Well, 2-0, not a real good count to run on, and Ryan Braun didn't get a very good jump, and it looks like he's going to be called out on the review.
It's a good tag by Harrison. Let that ball travel all the way in.
Yeah. Hey, Jim Reynolds, the umpire at second base, called him safe, but can't imagine this is going to take too long.
Especially the last look, which Pirates fans are just now getting a look at, and out is the call, and that's the second out of the inning. Braun caught stealing. So a 2-4 put out on the caught stealing. And Cervelli guns down Ryan Braun. And now Rogers in a 2-1 count. Two and two now.
Yeah, normally on 2-0, you want to give a hitter an opportunity to, take a good hack at a pitch that he sees pretty well. Anytime a guy runs or he tries to steal, it's a little distracting to the hitter, and more times than not, they're going to take it. I think Rogers passed up a pretty good pitch to hit on that 2-0 count.
3-2 now. Well, due up next, Domingo Santana. You'd love to get his power bat at the plate. Full count, 2 outs, 11th inning. And Rogers pulls it foul. Jason, more of a line drive hitter. He'll use the middle, opposite field. Not really a power hitter. Even though he looks like one. On the ground in the hole, backhanded by Florimon. Long throw, not in time. Rogers beats it out. It's a heck of a play by Florimon.
Yeah, good effort and a good job by Jason Rogers hanging in there and at it bad, and able to just get in that hole enough to be able to beat it at first base. This is a heck of a play though by Florimon at shortstop. Just not able to get enough on the throw.
And the inning continues. So the go-ahead run at first base. Domingo Santana at the plate, looking for his big Brewers moment as Hughes deals him strike one. Santana's had a tough night at the plate. Can erase all of that with one swing. He is 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts. Struck out with runners at second and third in the 6th inning. Two outs in a 3-3 game in the 11th. Santana right field down the line. That is going to bounce off the wall. Rogers on his way to third. He'll stop there. That's a double for Santana. Like a bullet off the right field fence.
Yeah, just hit it too hard, right? And the advantage for the Pirates of playing the outfield deep with a man at first. It didn't take Polanco very long to get there. It played it nicely off the wall, and Ed Cedar, third base coach, forced to hold Rogers at third base. This is a rocket. Fastball away, his first hit tonight. Yeah, get that one up a little bit. It's out of here. Get under it a little bit more, and the Brewers have 2 runs on the board. They're just not able to score.
Good at bat by Santana. Now second and third. Here is Gene Segura. What a spot right here for Segura. He's been a hot hitter. He's 0 for 4 tonight. He's really been swinging the bat well, though, coming into this game. Base hit could deliver 2 runs. In there, strike one. Looked like Segura was taking all the way. He's normally hacking at the first strike he sees.
Yeah, just want to take a look at the way that ball gets into the hitting zone. A little herky-jerky Slinger motion for Jared Hughes.
Two and one. Segura is very fast. Has 22 infield hits this year. Gets on base a lot with those little choppers and swinging bunts. Both runners will be off with the crack of the bat. 2 outs in the inning. Missed badly. 3 balls and a strike now. Put Segura in the driver's seat. And a chopper. Gung cuts it off. Throw to first just in time to get him. The inning is over. Brewers get a walk and 2 hits. They cannot score. Bottom of the 11th coming up for the Pirates. Our producer tonight is Brad Weimer. Director is Mark Vittorio. Brian Michalogic doing whatever he does. Got the Batman logo shining on the buildings for the return of A.J. Burnett, who nicknamed himself Batman.
Did he actually pitch tonight?
He did. That was a long time ago. Cesar Jimenez will have this 11th inning.
Yeah, last pitched on Tuesday against the Marlins. He really struggled with his command, and hitting in the 3rd. Gave up 3 walks, allowed an inherited runner to score. First time really he's had a tough time as a Brewer. Actually, the first 3 walks that he's issued as a Milwaukee Brewer. All coming against the Marlins in that one appearance. 10 strikeouts overall, 3 walks in 11 2/3 innings. Brewers getting a bit thin in the pitching department.
Jeff Decker will lead off. He came in for Marte, who left with an injury after being hit by a pitch.
Actually, the Brewers have 4 left. They got Cravey, Loesch, Goforth, and their closer, Francisco Rodriguez.
I might be able to give them an inning tonight if they need it.
It's the Pirates that are a bit short out there. They have 2 guys they don't want to use.
Jimenez deals a strike to Decker. Brewers had a golden opportunity last inning with 2 on in scoring position.
And not the kind of swing you want to get on a 3-1 pitch. You know, Gene Segura reaching for one.
In the air, left field. Easy for Santana for the out.
Man, worked so hard to get to that 3-1 count, to get the count in his favor, and then swung at one, got out in front off his front foot. An easy chopper to third base.
Sean Rodriguez now. His first at bat came in for Alvarez a couple of innings ago. Elian Herrera for out number 2. Cesar Jimenez with 2 quick outs. How do you like Cervelli's walk-up music?
How can you not like it?
That's amore.
Yeah,
that's great. Francisco Cervelli. He's caught all 11 innings tonight. Threw out Braun last inning. The Venezuelan native, Cervelli. All those years with the Yankees, 7 of them. First year in the National League. And the everyday catcher, really, for the first time in his career. Playing the most games he's ever played. And has posted career numbers.
Hitting 300. That's the most important number.
Most home runs, RBIs, games played. Most at-bats he's ever had in a season. Backed up Posada for a number of years there in New York. Then backed up Russell Martin. Finally got the job, and he's responded well for the Buccos.
Taking over for Russell Martin.
Martin's now in Toronto. Part of that juggernaut Blue Jays ball club that leads the Yankees in the American League East. Yankees and Blue Jays supposed to start a 4-game series tonight. They were postponed due to rain. That's what the P stands for. Two with 2 outs. Cervelli's dealt with concussion problems in the past. Able to stay healthy this year. That's been a key for him. Standing up to the workload. The Pirates do have a good backup catcher and a former Yankee, Chris Stewart. He catches a lot. 2-2 pitch. Up and in.
Been a tough out all night. I mean, this guy makes you work for it. Couple of hits, a walk.
2 singles, 1 to left, 1 to right. Then he walked in the 7th. Thornburg struck him out last time up. He does not bite, and there is the potential winning run on. Jimenez issues a walk. Inning continues. And here comes Stewart.
And the Pirates are going to have to burn to another pitcher.
Chris Stewart will pinch hit, the backup catcher. With the starting catcher at first. Base hit. Cervelli's on his way to third. Stewart wasting no time, and now the Pirates have the winning run at third base.
Yeah, Cervelli able to get to third because Ryan Braun's so deep in right. Well, you got to play deep with a man at first, representing the winning run to cut off the gaps. Nice short stroke by Stewart, and drives it into right field. And you see how deep Ryan Braun has to play, and kind of conceding the fact that Cervelli's going to get to third base.
Well, 2 men are out. It's going to be Pedro Florimon to bat. He pinch ran in the 9th inning, stayed in the game at the shortstop position. I mentioned the Pirates have 9 walk-offs this year. Florimon had one of those. That was 3 weeks ago against the Diamondbacks. And here he is in a spot once again, and a swing and a miss. Jimenez took something off and changeup.
Got him out in front. Knew he was going to be aggressive. And hit by Stewart, the first hit for the Pirates since that McCutchen home run,
which tied the game in the 8th inning. Florimon takes strike 2. 0-2 the count.
Another off-speed pitch.
Florimon's walk-off came in the 15th inning, and it scored Cervelli. Jimenez wants no part of that. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the dirt. Maldonado, a game saver right there.
Well, that's what you have to do if you're going to be a big league catcher. You got to save those. And the Brewers still have a shot.
A couple of guys with new teams, but have been around a while. Jimenez against Florimon. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Didn't chase that changeup that time. 2-2 now. Florimon has big league time with the Twins and the Orioles. He's 28.
Been all changeups from Jimenez in this at bat. Must know something about him.
Two teams that both arrived in the wee hours after night games last night. Pirates coming from Cincinnati, the Brewers from Miami. In the 11th inning, game on the line here. Winning run at third. 2-2 pitch, and Maldonado missed it. Cervelli's coming home. Now he stops and retreats to third base. He was coming. Maldonado jumped on that one quickly. And Cervelli wisely turned around.
Yeah, he would have been out. That was just a clank by Maldi, but gets to it quickly, and that would have been an easy out at home plate.
Florimon was waving Cervelli home. Good thing Cervelli didn't listen.
Yeah, that didn't miss being a strike by much.
Now the count is full. It was 0-2. Now it's 3-2. And a swing and a foul tip, a strikeout into the mid of Maldonado. Inning is over. We go to the 12th. Brewers Pirates tied at 3.
PNC Park, all tied at 3. Man, both teams running out of position players as Lees takes over for the 14th time this year. He's got a 1-3 record, a 3.38 earned run average. The Brewers saw him back at Miller Park a couple of times in that series. 23 strikeouts in 21 and a third innings for Lees. Another hard thrower coming in there out of that Pirates bullpen.
Boy, what a ball game tonight. Brewers Pirates going to the 12th inning. Fatigue is a factor. Long year of baseball, long night of travel last night, and now into the 12th inning. These guys are grinding it out.
How's the voice doing?
Oh, fine.
You all right?
Yeah, I've gone through an entire bag of gummy bears. It's my Vin Scully trick. Gummy bears.
Kind of lubricate.
Just like a gummy bear an inning. Next one, if we go to the 13th inning, I've got a red gummy bear waiting. So
you're not going to share?
Looking forward to that. Nope. No, I'm not going to share those.
Enough? You don't have enough?
Oh, no, I have plenty. They're just all for me.
Where'd you buy those anyway?
You know, I went to the convenience store. The United Charter store.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they look like the same ones they give away on the plane.
Right. Yeah, I might have taken a few bags. Maldonado starts it for the Brewers. It's a nice trick, though, Rock, if you ever want to get into kind of the broadcaster world. Instead of drinking water in frequent bathroom breaks, you can just have a gummy bear and be ready to go. 2 balls and a strike. Maldonado on the ground, out to Harrison for the first out. I got to tell you, they play great music here at PNC Park.
You like it?
I really do.
A lot of country, a lot of,
Got some old school, got some Eagles, had a little Black Sabbath earlier.
Easy listening.
It's all good, man. Puts you in a good frame of mind.
You don't mind playing 12 innings with music like that, right?
I mean, you get to hear some of the hits.
Yeah.
Here's Logan Schaefer.
A lot of country music before the ball game today.
Yep. It's nice. Puts you in a good place. Rock and I started our day by jumping on the team bus, and the bus not actually delivering us to the ballpark.
A lot of construction.
Bus was not able to get to the ballpark, so he dropped us off about, I don't know, a couple of miles from here. So you guys might want to get out here.
We were actually dropped off further from the ballpark than where we started at the hotel.
That's true. Walking under some bridges.
Everything was good until we got to the detour spot where the bridge said 9 feet of clearance.
That's right.
And the bus couldn't make it under there. So he just dropped us off. We got our bags and wheeled on over to PNC Park.
So what do you say? The hotel is probably a mile and a half from PNC, right?
Not even.
Not even. So let's call it a mile. So we took a bus ride. We were a mile away from PNC Park. So we take the bus, and we took a 30-minute bus ride to go about a mile away from PNC Park on the other side where we were dropped off. Told to remove ourselves from the bus as Schaefer draws the walk.
So if initially we just walked to the ballpark, it would have taken us, what, 15 minutes? Took us about 45 minutes today.
That's true. Hotel's half a mile away, according to our Google Map producer, Brad Weimer.
Yeah, right across the bridge, the Millennium Bridge, up a couple of blocks.
It's a half a mile. We ended up a mile away. And me and Rock and Gord Ash and Joe Block took a walk. It's not relevant, really, but it gives you an idea of.
The day didn't start out too well.
Although I got to tell you, I felt great after that walk to the ballpark.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of harumphing going on, but it felt good to take a walk with you today.
I exercised some demons on the walk. Had a rough morning, though. Woke up. Coffee maker didn't work. Had no soap in the room.
Man. That is a tough morning,
Yeah,
Rock.
it is. It is.
Luis Sardinas batting for the first time.
It's two necessities in the room, particularly in the morning.
I'm sure you could have called down and they could have brought you a replacement coffee maker.
I did. Never showed up.
Well, at the very least, they could have brought you a cup of coffee.
They did. 1 cup. Half a cup. It's all right.
Well, you got half remaining to look forward to, and this game finally ends.
They said that, for my trouble, they bring me up some coffee. I was excited getting a pot of coffee, some cream. Came up with a styrofoam cup with half it was half full. I'm looking around, where's the rest?
Just like a shot of coffee.
Yeah.
That's all you needed. And a defensive swing by Sardinas. It's 0-2 now. Luis just called back up when the Brewers arrived in Miami after the AAA season ended Monday. Brewers got him in the Gallardo deal with Corey Knebel and a lower level minor league pitcher. He's trying to send one in a gap or down the line. Schaefer is really fast at first. He could score. Called strike 3. An about face for Sardinas. Lees with a strikeout for the second out of the inning.
Yep, able to catch the top of the strike zone. That was borderline at best. You can see the way Cervelli holds it there. Made it look good, the home plate umpire.
Here's Herrera. Elion has a hit tonight. He's 1 for 4. Has walked. Hey, check on Schaefer. That was not a good throw by Lees. Doesn't look like a guy that's comfortable throwing the ball to first base.
Tough hop for Sean Rodriguez, but he handled it.
Might see Schaefer try to steal a base. 2 outs. Go ahead and run it first. Brewers trying to break this tie. They have not scored since the first inning when Chris Davis hit a 2-run homer. Brewers led 3-0. Pirates got a run in the 5th on a sac fly from Neil Walker. Scored another run in the 7th on a bases loaded walk to Travis Snyder, and then McCutchen homered in the 8th to tie it. Congratulations to the Biloxi Shuckers. They won their first game of a best-of-5 semifinal playoff series tonight. 4-2 the final score.
Good team down there. Brewers decided to keep those guys all together most of the season, and it's paid off.
Herrera thought about it and able to check his swing. 3 balls, no strikes now.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get Ryan Braun up in this situation. And maybe take a couple of pitches here.
Braun waiting to hit next. Ball 4.
Wow.
On 4 pitches, Herrera walks and Braun will bat.
That looked like a better pitch than the one that Sardinas was rung up on. Clint Hurdle thinking, you kidding me, right? You walked Herrera to get to Braun? That's the way the game's been going tonight. Walks have been a big part of things.
So Braun will get his chance. With the speedy Schaefer at second base. Braun trying to deliver. Ryan drove in a run back in the 1st on a ground out. Had a double in the 6th. Walked his last time up. And that one's lined into center field, a base hit. Here comes Schaefer, going to try to score. The throw comes in late, and the Brewers take the lead as Ryan Braun delivers.
And didn't waste any time, did he? Picked on the first pitch, and hit a bullet into center field. Now the Brewers had the right guy running at second base. That is a beautiful swing. The Brewers able to take a lead. A breaking pitch. And a good throw might make it close, but nowhere near home plate. And the Brewers take a 4-3 lead.
Ryan Braun, a 2-out RBI single. The Brewers lead it in the 12th inning. And now Adam Lind.
Yeah, so the 1-out walk to Logan Schaefer comes around to score. That's been a common theme tonight.
Yeah, walks were a part of the Pirates' run scoring innings in the 5th and the 7th. Lee's against Lind. Herrera's at third now. Braun at first. Now the Brewers in a position to bring their closer in. Gotten great work from the bullpen. 2 scoreless by Thornburg. Cesar Jimenez worked a scoreless 11th. And now you can turn the ball over to K-Rod.
He's going to have the top of the order for the Pirates coming up.
Polanco, Harrison, and McCutchen coming up for Pittsburgh. So Lynn trying to give him an extra run here. A little tapper foul. 2-1. Well, the 2 best hitters in these respective lineups delivering when it matters. McCutchen hit the homer in the 8th to tie it. Braun 2-out RBI single to put the Brewers ahead here in the 12th.
After a 4-pitch walk to Ilian Herrera.
2-1 to Adam Lind. And it's 2-2 now. Cardinals have lost tonight. Reds beat them 11-0. A lot of pressure on the Pirates in this game. The Brewers just trying to disrupt a pennant race. So they're pretty much free and easy at this point. They'd love to trade places with the Pirates. But without a postseason to look forward to, you treat these games.
Take the satisfaction of winning and beating teams that are trying to catch the Cardinals. Just trying to be the spoiler. Nobody wants to do that, but well, if you are, win some games.
Cervelli and Lees have what they want. 2-2 the count on Lind. 3-2 now. That shot of Clint Hurdle over there on the Pirates rail in the dugout, that is his posture, and I think that's a big part of why Hurdle has had a lot of success here. There's no panic in Clint Hurdle, and I think players feed off that. He's got a great sense about him, and it's one of the reasons the Pirates have been able to perform. They have great talent, but their manager gives them a lot of confidence just by his posture.
Yeah, but they're also in a pretty good spot too. I mean, no really need to panic, and that wouldn't play well. You certainly like to win every game you can, but the Pirates are in a comfortable position for postseason.
Braun takes off. 3-2 pitch, grounded to Rodriguez. Lees is there for him. That will retire the side, but Ryan Braun, as he's done so many times in his career, delivers in the clutch. 12th inning, 2-out RBI single, scoring Schaefer, and the Brewers lead it going to the bottom of the 12th. second RBI gives the Brewers a lead in the 12th inning. 4-3 our score. Francisco Rodriguez is on to try to close it down. He's looking for number 35 tonight, partner.
Yeah, picked up number 34 on Saturday in game 1 against the Cincinnati Reds. An inning, gave up a couple of hits, also struck out a batter. He's got 54 strikeouts in 48 2/3 innings. Only blown save of the season came against the Reds. That was back on August 29th. Snapping a streak of 35 in a row dating back to last year.
Brewers have gotten terrific work out of the bullpen tonight, specifically from Thornburg and Jimenez, who've been able to extend this game. Top of the order, though, for the Pirates coming up. Polanco will start it, then Harrison, and then McCutchen. First appearance for K-Rod since the Cincinnati series. Didn't see him in Miami. Brewers had a blowout win and then 2 losses. His only blown save of the year came on the 29th of August against the Reds. Snapped a streak of 35 in a row for K-Rod. There's a strike. 7 seasons now of 30 or more saves for Frankie. Back-to-back seasons with the Brewers. Was an all-star last year. He's 7th on the all-time Major League saves list. And he is 8 away from Dennis Eckersley for 6th all-time.
Keeps racking them up.
There was a lot of questions on whether K-Rod would even get to 300 saves. Remember, he was traded to the Brewers and they put him in a setup role for John Axford back in 2011. This is actually his 5th contract with the Brewers, believe it or not. That's deep. Polanco has tied it up. One swing of the bat and we are back even again. Gregory Polanco makes it 4-4. The second blown save of the year for Rodriguez.
Yeah, changeup came on the changeup. Not a big power hitter, but he hit that one a long way. Might have been sitting on a changeup that entire at bat. You see that bat staying in the hitting zone. He lets go with the top hand, and there she goes. All tied once again. That didn't take long.
That's the kind of power that Polanco has. He doesn't show it much, at least hasn't yet this season. But the Pirates feel like he's a guy that could hit 20 to 25. Here's Harrison now. There's a liner to left field. That's going to fall, a base hit. Josh Harrison with a single, and now the Pirates put the potential winning run on with McCutchen coming up.
That's a ball that Santana might have been able to get to. Kind of played it safe out there and left. They come across and charge at him a little bit. You might be able to make that catch. Check it out. Kind of conceding that's going to be a base hit. Kind of angles back.
Well, Harrison is a base stealer. We'll see if McCutchen will give him a chance to run. Frankie has a very good move to first, but he is slow to get it to the plate. So he can keep you close, but if you get a jump, you can steal one as McCutchen takes a ball. McCutchen homered in the 8th to tie it at 3. His only hit of the night. This is probably the last guy you want to face with the game on the line. They call him McClutchen here in Pittsburgh. Strike from K-Rod.
And more of the changeup. McCutchen looking fastball. Took it. K-Rod has done pretty well against him, although McCutcheon's got a home run.
Brewers got a run on a Braun 2-out single. Pirates get it right back with a Polanco homer. Tied again. 1 ball, 1 strike. And McCutcheon a swing and a miss. 1-2 now. Jung-Ho Kang on deck. One-two pitch. Down low.
Hey, you don't figure Harrison wants to take off. I mean, not with McCutcheon at the plate. If he gets the 3-2, he might take off. It doesn't look like he's all that comfortable with getting the big lead. We're having a good time over there, at least.
McCutcheon had a walk-off home run here on the 11th of July. That was against St. Louis. That was a 14th inning home run. Two balls, 2 strikes. 3-2 now.
This is where you might see Harrison take off on the 3-2 pitch. Pirates had done it once tonight with McCutcheon at the plate, and it was a strike him out, throw him out.
See what Frankie does here. Full count. Still nobody out. Harrison goes. McCutcheon swings and misses. Throw to second is there, and now in a rundown is Harrison. And Harrison is out. Sardinas got the tag on him for the second time tonight. A strike him out, throw him out with McCutcheon at the plate.
Yeah, not much chance of making it if you just stop halfway and then try to head back. Didn't get a very good jump. Maldonado's throw bounces, and the rundown is on. Not exactly the way he wanted to draw it up, but Harrison caught stealing once again. Second time the Brewers have done that. To strike him out, throw him out.
That's the 3rd base runner that Maldonado has cut down tonight. A pickoff and 2 caught stealing. So 2 outs, nobody on. And here is Jung-Ho Kang. And a strike in there. Curveball from Rodriguez. This guy's got big power. Last year in Korea, hit over 40 homers. Had 117 RBIs in 117 games in the KBL. First year in the big leagues. And a ground ball to third. Herrera will make the play. We will continue on. 4.5 hours into this one. Still has not been settled. The Polanco homer. We go to the 13th. off the 12th inning. It was a no-doubter into the bleachers in right field. Just his 8th of the year. Nevin Ashley is going to get an at-bat here in the 13th inning. What a moment last night. Ashley in his first big league game, an RBI double in his first at-bat. Such a cool moment for him. After 10 years in the minor leagues, he came close to a big league appearance with the Pirates. He actually came here on a taxi squad situation, didn't get activated and play in a game, but he was with the Buccos and finally got his chance in the big leagues last night and delivered, and now he's up there with a chance to give the Brewers the lead.
Yeah, it would have been nicer for him last night if the Brewers were able to win the ball game, but still in all, I mean, after all those years in the minor leagues, you never forget your first game, that's for sure. You might forget a lot about what goes on in your career, but nobody ever forgets their first game.
And he'll have that ball forever. He's been quite the celebrity today after his breakthrough yesterday. And a wave and a miss, but the ball gets by. And Ashley will reach first base on a strikeout. A strikeout and a wild pitch, and Ashley is aboard representing the go-ahead run.
That run's pretty good for a catcher. We saw him scoot around the bases pretty well last night. Yeah, Jonathan Lucroy, the only player for the Brewers that has not gotten into the game, but he's not available tonight. So what you see is what you get for the Brewers.
Domingo Santana, who doubled in the 11th inning, doubled off the fence and right. Santana trying to give the Brewers another jolt here in extra innings. Strike two.
Yeah, smoked one off the right field fence his last time up.
Outfield deep for the Pirates. 4-4 game. 13th inning. And down he goes. Powered the fastball right by him at 98 miles an hour. Back-to-back strikeouts for Lees, but a runner at first with just one out, and then Segura's coming up.
Yeah, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks for Lees, and a run on his line tonight. Not many options for Clint Herter out in that bullpen right now.
Segura into right field. That's down. A base hit. Gene Segura with a single to right. And now 2 on with 1 out. Brewers again threatening in extra innings. Gene Segura's first hit of the night. Here's Martin Maldonado.
Well, it's not the 17th inning, but we'll take a home run in the 13th.
Sure. Or a base hit. Or an error. Or a catcher's interference.
There's a couple of more, you know.
There's an obstruction. Ashley could run into the third baseman. Lots of stuff. Cervelli's on his way out to change the signals. By the way, I crushed that red gummy bear. So next up is green. I'd rather save that one for tomorrow.
I appreciate you giving me one.
I don't recall giving you one.
You did. You actually made me eat it. I fought it.
Don't you feel good?
I do. I'm ready.
I feel like you're in
little sugar rush.
In good throat.
Little sugar rush.
Maldonado, a chance to give the Brewers the lead once again. And that's outside for a ball. He has been an extra inning hero before. Remember this? 17th inning. Maldonado walk-off home run. Caught 17 innings, then a walk-off home run. No catcher in the history of baseball has done that. Matt Garza pitched the final 5 innings of that game to get the win. Ooh, he had a swing at it, didn't he?
97 miles an hour up in the zone.
One ball, one strike. The base hit will do it. That's Ashley at second base. Reached on a wild pitch after a strikeout. Maldonado fouls it back. What Lees is bringing the gas.
Yeah, he's not messing around, is he?
How about this Pirates bullpen? They are stockpiled with hard throwers.
The only 2 guys left, Tony Watson and Melanson. Didn't Clint Hurdle say he wasn't going to use those guys tonight?
That's what he said. Good luck getting it out of him, though. 2 on, 1 out. And a wave and a miss. Maldonado strikes out. 2 outs now. That's the 3rd strikeout of the inning for Lees.
They've been 4th overall.
Here's Logan Schaefer.
Went with a breaking pitch and got Maldi to chase out of the zone.
Logan Schaefer walked and scored the go-ahead run last inning in the role of run producer here in the 13th. Ashley struck out but reached on a wild pitch on that swinging strike 3. Segura had a single to right. 2 on, 2 out in a 4-4 tie. Down the left field line, and it's going to fall. A base hit. In to score is Ashley. Logan Schaefer delivers. 2-out RBI single. The Brewers back on top. It's 5-4 Milwaukee.
Well, he's had 2 at bats. He walked, scored a run in the 12th, and now drove one in the 13th. Well, a nice approach for Logan Schaefer, taking it to the opposite field, dumping it down the third left field line. He's been swinging it pretty well since he's been called back up. And it dumps one down the line, and Ashley, who got on base on a strikeout and a wild pitch, able to come around to score. There you go.
Back-to-back innings with 2-out RBI hits.
Only question is who's going to finish the game now.
Here is Sardinas. And a base hit up the middle. Coming in Segura. Schaefer on his way to third. Luis Sardinas with an RBI single. Makes it 6-4 Milwaukee. Boy, that's a big hit too.
Yes, sir. Get a little bit of insurance. Yeah, Lees, that would look like a breaking pitch that Sardinas was able to wait back long enough and just get it off the end of the bat. Actually, no, fastball. Off the end of the bat, dumps it into center field for another RBI. So back-to-back singles. As our Badger Mutual Insurance run of the game crosses home plate. Gene Segura.
Well, it looks like Kyle Loesch will have a chance at a save, which would be his 2nd career save. Had one earlier this year in a 3-inning relief appearance. Brewers lead by 2. 1st and 3rd. Here is Herrera. A swing and a miss. There's a lot of fight in this team. They're not playing for anything as far as a pennant race goes.
They've never given away an at bat. That's what the Brewers, they've been fighting for the last few innings. They had a good opportunity in 11th, 12th, 13th, able to score runs.
So deflating too when you get a run and then immediately give it right back. K-Rod had the blown save with that home run by Polanco. But the Brewers come right back. They get back-to-back 2-out hits, producing runs. Herrera trying to add to it.
That's the thing about having some of these young kids come up and play. I mean, they are dialed in, locked in, focused. And that kind of rubs off on a lot of the other guys, too. I mean, Lind and Braun, guys have been around a while. Want to impress. These are important at-bats for these guys.
One ball, two strikes on Herrera. Rodimus Lees delivers. Sardinius takes off, and he'll end up at second base. No stolen base for Sardinius.
Why not? They were holding him on, weren't they?
I'm with you. I disagree.
That's a stolen base.
2-2 to Herrera. Ground ball to Gung. And he will make the play. The inning is over, but the Brewers come up big again. Logan Schaefer, Luis Sardinius delivering with runs. Brewers up 6-4. Here gets a chance to come back to the big leagues and delivers with a go-ahead RBI in the 13th inning. Sardinius chipping in with a 2-out RBI as well. And the Brewers lead by 2. Bottom of the 13th, and look who's coming on to try to nail down the save.
You think he was thinking about a save opportunity when he came to the ballpark today? I doubt it. But Loesch is looking for save number 2. He picked up a save against the Nationals. That was way back on August 21st. He finished the game pitching 3 innings, gave up 1 run in a Brewers blowout. And last pitched on Tuesday against the Marlins and had a 3-up, 3-down inning.
He's got Decker leading off.
Now that hit by Sardini is really taking the pressure off of Kyle Loesch, giving him a little bit of a cushion. Stayed right back and able to bang it into center field. The first pitch that he saw.
Slow roller. Loesch is over. He gloves it and flips it quickly to Lind. And out is the call. A point blank flip right into the mitt of Lind.
Good job by Adam Lind. He wasn't sure if he even had the ball in his gloves.
Loesch literally threw it in his stationary glove.
He could have just ran it over there, I think. Well, maybe not.
There you go.
There it is. I got it.
Just catch that.
Showing it to the umpire.
That might be the shortest throw for an out to first base ever. He's bobbled it a little.
Couldn't get the handle on it. I got it. No sweat.
All right, so the first out of the inning. Here's Sean Rodriguez. Well, this would be a devastating loss for the Pirates. They're trying to run down the Cardinals in the division. Cardinals lost tonight. Pittsburgh had a chance to go 3.5 back with a win. McCutchen had a late game homer to tie it in the 8th. After the Brewers had scored in the 12th inning, Polanco homered to tie it. And then the Brewers come right back, scored twice in the 13th. And now Loesch on to try to save it. Ground ball, third base foul. Well, Kyle Loesch has been here before, but in a much different fashion. A save, the first of his career, August 21st at Washington. Went 3 innings in that game, had no idea until Lucroy told him right there. He said, oh, really? Save. Yeah, keep the ball.
Yeah, a little different situation here, though. He's the line of last defense.
Ground ball to second base. 2 outs in the inning. Loesch spent his entire career without a save. 15-year career without notching a save in the big leagues. Cervelli, the last hope for the Pirates tonight.
Yeah, long night for both Cervelli and Maldonado, huh?
Each catcher has gone the distance tonight behind the plate. This game started an hour and a half before the Patriots and the Steelers. Patriots beat the Steelers tonight 28-21. So if we lost you during that time, welcome back.
Yep. Haven't missed a thing.
We're still going. And a swing and a miss.
The hope is that this game ends before the Mets-Atlanta game.
That's only the hope for us, because they had a long rain delay in that game, about 2 hours.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So that game's in the 7th. 4-2 Mets. Loesch a strike away. And that one just missed. Goodness.
Fielding Cole was not quite ready to go home.
2-2 the count. Loesch from the wine. The 2-2 is high. A ball. Full count now to Cervelli. He's still battling up there at the plate.
Yeah, you just can't let this guy get on base.
2 walks, 2 hits tonight for the Pirate catcher. Catching all 13 innings. That's Travis Ishikawa due up next.
And plenty of power to tie this one up again.
Payoff pitch coming. And a swing and a line drive. Base hit. 3rd hit of the night, and the Pirates are still alive. The tying run will bat.
Boy, so many close pitches that would have ended this game to Cervelli and not called. Extending the inning. Now you got a power hitter up. It certainly can tie this one back up again.
Ishikawa announced that dramatic home run that sent the Giants to the World Series last year. Walk-off home run against Michael Wacha and the Cardinals. Never have a moment bigger than that in his life. Oh, had a big swing. Loesch ahead 0-1. Ishikawa is a former Brewer. Spent some time in Milwaukee. Loesch hoping it's the last at-bat of the night. 2 outs. 6-4 Brewers. Approaching the 5-hour mark of this game, and a swing and a miss. 88-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, challenge him with 2 fastballs. Let's see what he does here. And both of them getting plenty of the plate.
Again, the Pirates down to their last strike. Maldonado calling for the changeup. And that's rolled to first. Fair ball. Lind will take it to the bag. And the Brewers win it tonight. Kyle Loesch with his 2nd career save. And the Brewers fighting hard all night. Get a base hit by Logan Schaefer to put him ahead in the 13th inning. 6-4 the final score. And the Brewers have now won 7 consecutive games against the Pirates, winning 9 of their last 10. And Pittsburgh will remain 4.5 back of the St. Louis Cardinals. A marathon tonight, 1-13. Time for Brewers Live. Let's send it out to Jeff Grayson, still awake in our Fox Sports Wisconsin studios. Jeff?